P laner yet, nothing on Fury, rather nothing on Jotun. So what they're doing here is they're afraid of the Badang because the Badang kind of soft counters the Fanny too.
Are we agreeing to call him Jotun or Yot? Because it is technically
It's Jotun.
it's Jotun.
It's Jotun.
It's technically
So
Slavic.
Jotun.
It's Jotun.
We're
With
just
a
agreeing
Y.
on this because man, I don't want to say that it's
Or
Slavic.
monsters,
That's
yeah.
a terrible way of calling it. But initially, it means giant
Yes, it
in
does.
Norse.
He is quite the Yeah,
Norwegian? I don't know.
He is quite the giant of a man.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. He stands very tall. But even so, now with these bans coming through, really intelligent from both sides. Red side will take first pick in the second phase. It looks like the lock-in's in, and it's going to be the Valentina. Actually, I like this as a blind pick.
It makes
Why?
sense, right? I mean, technically Lucas is still open.
Uh-huh.
And plus, okay, the Jushin is actually left open, so he's going to be able to take that up. I thought it was in anticipation of the Yves
my
that wasn't
God.
banned out just yet.
But
So
no.
maybe TLID forced on the Jushin instead of the Yves.
Yeah, they changed totally. Because by that Valentina pick alone, you block out the Vexana, you block out the Eve, and then they're like, okay, I guess we're as we say, playing the paint. We're going all in.
Exactly. But at the same time, I thought that TLID was going to like avoid the key ults here, right? You make sure that you have your Crimson Beacon ready to go. It's not like you wanted to steal Jushin's ult, but then you lock in the Kalia almost immediately after. Now IR have two ways of actually finding strong initiations against your team.
But this is a lineup you don't want to initiate against. You kind of want to ult that gives you space. The best thing you can do here is the Crimson Beacon. That's it. You just have a dash out.
Oh, and then the final lock-in of glue. I'm not gonna lie with you. I think IR have a really good draft on their hands to make sure that Fabian isn't able to accelerate this game. This game's gonna be like based on what it looks like, both Witty, Aaron Shikin, as well as Aran to kind of create the tempo for those opportunities for Fabian to come in.
I agree, and we saw him struggling on the lane because of the exact same reason. So the fact that IR now have a lot more tools to utilize, this might be a problem.
It could go either way here. Our first best of three is going to kick off as we're ending off the draft. TLID versus Influence Rage in a best of three banger here. I'm going to leave it to our lovely, lovely casters. It's Leo and Eterna taking you guys into the Land of Dawn.
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Our opening game, our opening match of the day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And we're going to see exactly what IR are made of. A huge upset yesterday when they were able to take down Bigatron Esports from Indonesia 2-0. Let's see if they can slay yet another Indonesian Titan.
Yep, this is the defending champions of MPL ID. Team Liquid ID. Here's what's scary, all right? Here's the reason why I'm so adamant on defending why Liquid ID drafted this way. I don't want this powerhouse team to not be learning from yesterday. I don't want to see them force strats where clearly they could be doing better. Fabian coming in, all right. You know, they could keep doing that, and then IR is going to keep learning. It's going like, yeah, they just want to have us get faded out. Let's just not give it to them.
I mean, at this point of the game, they can, right? Because most of the ultimates coming from Influence Rage aren't there just yet. Those that are very integral to be able to stop Fabian. So we do see him playing a lot more aggressively, and here is another example.
Oh my lord, did he steal? Yes, he did! Oh, that's a buff denied! As well as the silver lining, the kill on Jotun!
Yeah, which is not as great for Influence Rage, especially they have the Suyo. We talked about the Suyo a little bit
Hi
in the
everyone!
pre-show.
So ito
The
po ang
fact that
ating
it's already
watch
very
party
strong in the early
for
stage of the game, and you
Day
do
2
want to
ng
try to
ESL
look for a
Masters.
snowball.
Coco will join us in a bit. Pero
A little bit of
pinakaunang
trade
laban
damage
will
onto
be
the mid laners
TLID
here from the side of
versus
Rage,
Influence
but it's still
Rage. Yung
A-okay,
favorite team mo
but
din from
again,
kahapon, Brokey.
This is what we're going to be expecting up until that level 4 point. So right before the turtle, I think things can kind of shift in favor of IR.
Yung BTR. So it means
I'm thinking how you recover with that. Quick jump in by Witty. Forcing the
Talo ng
retreat
TLID
from
yung
Jotun
BTR.
and
Pero
Monsters.
dikit yun, di ba? Nag-2-1. So medyo
The jungler from Natam, I'm wondering
Pero
how he
looking
is
at
thinking
the
about
game
approaching
right
this
now,
turtle
game
fight. Because
number
if
1,
that
parang
happens,
lumalamang yung TLID dito.
Yapi. Ang ganda din ng ginawang... well, meron naman contestation na ginawang Influence Rage. Kaso kasi pag magkakasama talaga yung TLID dito, naka-shushin pa si Yehezkiel. That's a lot of control. Tas nagagawa ni Fabian ang gusto niya. Para masyadong naka-zoom in sa TV. Hindi kompleto yung yung IGN.
Putol.
Or TV lang ba to or sa live? Fanny gets taken down
Ay!
-1 sa TLID, pero syempre
Bo-
nga influence range,
Kaya-
pumapalag naman ngayon.
Kaya pala ako nagtataka.
Yeah?
Mali yung ano natin. It's the Onyx PH versus Papara dapat yan.
Onyx PH versus Papa. Okay, we'll mag-transition lang muna tayo sa ibang
Guys.
stream in a bit. Pero as mentioned by my bossing, unang series pa lang, Onyx
Onyx
PH.
PH versus Papara.
Onyx PH, they are still on a roll from their wins yesterday. Tingnan natin kung matutuloy ba today ang mga panalo na
Boss, daw
yan.
transition mo muna sa amin.
Ano,
Tama yung binigay sa ating ano.
pero
QMK.
cut him off some slack naman. Kaya syempre si Toko, he's doing his best.
Oo, tama.
He's doing what he can.
Tama yung ano, binigay sa ating clean feed ata na stream B. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Sa mga gusto magpa-shoutout lang. Magpa-shoutout lang kayo.
Comment lang kayo, guys. Welcome.
Okay.
Watch party lang to ha. Hindi kami casters. We are just here for a fun time.
I
We're
think
just here for vibes.
may stream A, stream B, stream C ata.
Yeah, yun
Sa up to stream C. So, meron tayong hanggang stream C kasi meron ding laban yung BTR versus YV in-game.
Alam ko, Steam C yan. So, baka A or B, yung Onyx PH. Baka check nyo na lang din. The more we know. Check ko nga ba kami mga
Feeling ko
nag-comment dyan.
Papara versus Onyx PH. Tama, di ba? Sa channel ng ano? Oh? Wait lang. Eto, send ko sa'yo yung link.
Okay. So, for quick recap, ESL Masters Day number 1 just finished. Ang daming win streak for the side of Onyx PH. Tapos, Falcons, I believe they suffered one loss from a best of 3 lang. That was against Onyx ID. Grabe yung improvements ng Onyx ID ngayon, no? So, ngayon, hintay lang natin na
Yung
mag-load ang stream ng laban ng Onyx PH versus Papara.
Yung pagpasok talaga ni Ryota para sa Onyx ID, sobrang nag-workout siya. Considering na yun talaga yung butas nila eh. It's either boots, rest. Actually, 3-9 ng Onyx ID na talagang humanap ng XP laner.
Oo.
Pero mukhang kailangan na talaga ng
Import.
import.
Si Yev kaya nag-recommend kay Ryota.
Possibly,
Right?
baka na-push through na nung nag-BP na si Yeb. Kasi before, feeling ko matter of pride ba na ayaw nilang magdagdag
Ayaw nilang,
ng
pwede
Pinoy import?
actually. Pwede.
Si Kyrie kasi guys, ano na talaga yun eh.
Indonesia na talaga.
Indonesia na yun eh. Hindi na hindi na pwede.
Ay, special Indonesian. But I'm hearing calls ng ating casters dito. Game number 1, Onyx PH versus Papara. Wow. 6-2, 8 minutes in. Mukhang... Tas galaw lang ng galaw si Kiko, umiikot lang siya doon sa sa mapa.
Nakatodo zoom in ata tayo, Rekdy.
Yeah, I feel like we're zoomed in a little bit too much.
Pero ano to, 8 minutes, 9 minutes pa lang nagtatackle na yung Onyx PH dito sa base ng Papara Supermassive. It looks like late game ng Papara, siguro yung Navaria. Pero alam naman natin.
Navaria Joy, pero yun lang.
Oo. Hindi ko lang alam sa Papara, hindi ba nila
Na?
parang nakakuha ng info na it's Super Prince, na aware naman tayo na yung Louis sa mga Pinoy players na mid laner hindi dapat binibigay?
I feel like hindi. Kasi aside from Super Prince na skill talaga, you don't really open Luwai eh. Kahit sabihin
Diba?
mong trade siya sa isang Joy, not worth it.
Pero tingnan natin, 9 minutes, kung ganito yung magiging scenario ng Game 1, hindi malabo na baka Game 2, ganun uli yung gawin ng Onyx PH. Mind you, in drop, feeling ko lamang na lamang talaga yung Onyx PH dito. Kung secure
Honestly.
ng objectives, tapos mukhang ang bilis ng rotation kamo nila
Ang
after
bilis.
makuha ng Lord Diversion kaagad sa taas.
10 minutes, mawala na yung lahat ng outer turrets ng Papara sa sa
Ops,
top
teka,
lane.
pero may nahuli ata. Sino yon? That will be Super Prince na nakapag-flicker out pa, pero bagsak pa rin naman yung Louis, yung mga tropa. One to none trade. And finally, nanalo yung Papara Supermassive sa teamfight, pero may Lord.
Welcome, Tokwa, sa ating panel. Sana masaya ka dyan. Bukod sa TD, ikaw din ang ating panelist. But yeah, so far, palag-palag Onyx PH. Na-imagine ko nga ito yung, aside from Kelra, which I think hindi Irithel, yung kanyang top pick for the gold laner. palag-palag naman yung mga iba kasi nakuha ni Super Friends yung luwa niya. Pero may laban na naman dito, Papaka during the best. Makapaggalaw, but looks in implosion naman sila ni Brusco with the follow-up as well. Meron nga ding Astral Echo. Xiao does go 6 feet underground. Kill going over to King Kong. Antikiras being picked up by Kirk. Naka-double kill pa actually si King Kong. Ergo Godzilla ng MPLPH.
Wow. Ang masabi ko lang doon, boss, wow.
Boss, naka-black shades ka ngayon
Oo, di kasi alam mo, kagabi kasi bago ako umuwi, sabi ko parang nahihilo ko, feeling ko sa ilaw to ng Just ML. So,
Napaka-specific
so ano na ako, kumbaga safety precautions na ako ngayon. Talo na nga, wala pang paggawa ng mata.
Ang sakit naman nun. Talo na, wala nang pampagawa ng mata, wala ka pang jowa.
Aray, wala pa akong pambayad ng internet, si
Ayun
Kirk. Ang bilis nung ang bilis nung punish nung
Hindi ko makitaan ng yung Onyx kasi parang yung laban nila against Papara Supermassive, ginagawa lang nilang rank game.
Oo nga.
Ito yung parang sabihin natin usually nakakatapat nila sa mga rank matches. O baka, sa ganitong senaryo kasi hindi ko sa inaano yung Papara Supermassive, parang masirap pa ata yung Onyx PH sa mga rank games na nakakatapat nila ngayon.
Uy.
Sobrang balagbag ng Onyx PH.
Oo nga eh. Actually, yung Onyx PH, no, well, sila kasi yung type of team na hindi sila pag alam nilang mas malakas sila sa kalaban nila, talagang binubugbog nila. Unlike sa mga ibang teams na comparing to
Ba't ka nagko-compare?
nakita natin kahapon,
Okay.
BTR, TLID, na talagang hindi sila aggressive ng Onyx PH kapag alam nilang lamang sila.
Pero nabanggit to ni Yoko
ano yun?
game aside, mas malinaw nga yung contrast.
Diba? Ang ganda tignan
Yung color ng
Ako
ESL.
nag-edit niyan,
Thank you, Tawa. Thank you.
Ako nag-edit yan.
Sa TV lang ba yan o pati sa broadcast natin?
Broadcast
Pati bro, sa akin yan,
Ganda,
ako
no?
ang may credit dyan.
Di ba ang linaw? Parang sobrang deep. Hindi. Iba eh.
Hindi ko alam kung same to kahapon pero ngayon ko lang siya napansin.
Hindi, kahapon medyo madilim eh.
Ay, sige.
Ganda sana yung IGN ng Papara Supermassive. Lalo na pag mag-teamfight yung badang. Wasa!
Alam mo, itong suyo. Pag ganito kasi yung lineup ng Onyx PH, alam mo na eh. Pag si Super Prince, binigyan mo ng Louie.
Diba? Hindi ko alam ba't binigay yung Louie kay Super Prince. Super Prince, Sanji.
Ay!
Pero implosion ni Brusco. Dalawa yung nahuli. Revitalize hindi ata magiging Diversion. Pero yung out of the Guardian, pang-out na lang. And Kelra, uubusin
Hindi sila pang-out.
Hindi, ubusin ni Kelra. Ubusin ni Kelra yan.
Nagtipi sila papunta dun sa base mismo. Patay si King Kong.
Hindi, boy. Haharangan ni Kirk.
Savage. Hindi pa umabot, sayang.
Oh! After dark, nadali si The Thirst Trap King Kong. The Thirst Trap King.
The Thirst Trap King.
Kong. Pero si After Dark, no? Wala, mamaya pa tumalakas. Hindi pa dark eh. Yung natin.
Pero shutdown gold yun kay King Kong Grabe, daming ginagawa ng Onyx.
Pero kanina pa itong 9k gold lead ng Onyx PH, hindi na umaangat.
Hindi. Bumaba pa nga eh.
Parang sabihin nating okay yung drop ng Onyx PH, pero feeling ko dapat hindi pa rin sila pakampante. Still Novaria, and alam naman natin pag umabot ng super late game yung Novaria, tapos sama mo pa ng Granger, ipopoke ka talaga ng ipopoke niyan. And sobrang dali lang para sa Papara Supermassive na magbigay ng vision, considering na meron silang Astral Echo or Recall? Echo ata yun, diba? Astral Echo. Xiao yung mag-hold ng Lord. Nakapwesto naman sila Wasa kung sakali, pero diversion. Saan pupunta? Sa likod. Pinadala lang si Kelra. Moji, pero yung retrihan, si Moji yung makakuha. Bagsak ka mo si Brusco. Walang implosion na naibigay. Pero si Kelra talaga, double kill na. Lord for a 2 heroes. Pero may isa kasing nakuha yung Papara. So tatagal na naman to kung sakali.
Hindi, feeling ko kaya.
Babasag, ubusin na.
Ang daming wave.
Wala si Xiao. Kailangan nilang tapusin. 20 seconds para sa Granger. Revitalize na pop na rin.
Demon
Pero
Hunter
si
Sword
Kelra
meron
talaga
na.
sobrang tapang. 7-1 na. Pinapasok na sa torre nung Kiritel.
hindi nakaalis na mapa ng MLBB yung
Hinahabol nung crossbow.
insane.
Ang sakit.
Grabe yun. Textbook MLBB, honestly, that's just how Onyx PH is. Our current world champions. Papaka, they did give what they can. And nakita naman natin na nakakapag -1 sila, may mga team fight na they were okay, they were surviving. But again, when it comes to micro and macro, hindi naman sa bias ako. Well, technically I can be biased kasi Pinay ako. Onyx PH talaga.
Onyx PH talaga. Tsaka iba rin talaga yung yung macro plays ng Onyx.
Diba? Yung
Pero
mga-
kung mechanical skills lang, no, feeling ko nakakasabay na rin talaga yung
Kaya
ano
naman,
kaya na.
nakakatuwa.
Oh. Pero
Yeah.
kung experience, macro, yun nga guys. Doon lang talaga nalugi yung yung mga other regions. Pero as of now, feeling ko give it to 3 years. Feeling ko parang Indo na rin yung ibang region eh.
Actually, one thing na I would like to highlight na hindi pa ganun ka-experienced ang Papara is yung ginawang play ni Super Fins. Pag may luway ang kalaban, of course, iisipin mo may diversion yan.
Yeah.
Yes.
One thing, the only thing any team would do ever is pag may Lord, always check the brushes.
Totoo.
Nung pinadala ni Super Friends si Kelra dun sa bush sa taas, hindi na-check yung Papara.
Yun nga
Nag-focus sila agad sa teamfight. Pero gets naman natin kasi kailangan na mag-contest, di ba?
Parang-
Kaso ayun nga, pagkakuha ng Lord, biglang pumasok si Kelra. Surprise!
Parang ang ano din ng call doon ng Onyx PH, pwede na tayong matalo sa Lord eh. Okay lang maagaw yung Lord. Basta makuha natin yung si Xiao, yung mga malalambot na hero dito ng Papara Supermassive. Pero may nakita akong comment which is comment is Zachary. For Nostradamus po natin, iba-validate po uli natin yan kung meron nga bang nanalo kapon. If so, pwede nating i-announce yan bukas sa Nostra natin.
Yes.
Hindi naman natin makakaligtaan yan, guys. As long na hindi po edited ang inyong comment at sumunod ka sa mechanics natin.
Tama. Alright, so ayun po ang ating game number 1, 17-8 MVP. Kelra, are we surprised?
Matik.
No, grabe naman yun. We're gonna hop into a very short break. Makinig po muna kayo sa mga sasabihin ng actual casters natin sa main live stream. We will see you guys in game number 2.
Game, right? Like they were so far ahead that even Kirk went for the Blade of Hephaestus, and we saw that solo kill onto After Dark in that late game. So congratulations, Onyx Philippines, this win. I think everyone expected it from the start. Get to see another just world standard performance from the likes of Kaura in this goal, in this Irithel. Really untouched, even going for the bargain hunter to hit his items as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the new meta for the gold lanes. You want to get that 5% discount whenever you get that items. And once he's online, he's just untouchable. He's gunning a lot of things down. There's nowhere that Wasa was able to find a nice fist crack and taking down Kiara because he's always able to be very safely behind either Brusco or Kirk. And the back line for Papa Supermassive, you can see in this replay, it's always being hammered by King Kong. So every one of the members knows what to do.
It's a tough game, like we said from the start. The fact that King Kong has been able to do all these, get these early leads. Not to mention Brusco getting the Tigro, setting up all these fights, and just throwing Papa Supermassive into total confusion. So hard for the Turkish team to find an answer, right? They get pickoffs here and there, but the trade-off was never really in their favor. They still end up losing either way.
Well, to be fair though, there are silver linings, like Wasa able to find fist cracks in crucial situations and trying to create opportunities, create space for Papa Supermassive to make a move. But it was just that last pick Novaria that doesn't have a lot of damage coming in. Look at this, Kaura freely hitting, freely killing off any one of the strays. Kudos to Onyx Philippines, man. They really showed off big time on this one. So one more game until they clean sweep and we'll get our predictions right. But I've got a question for you guys. What does Papa Supermassive need to do to be able to come back? Is it the draft? Is it the execution? Is it fear? Is it respect? Too much respect.
I think if you're Papa Supermassive, you probably are looking at, you probably are looking at, like, just play to your comforts. I think that's kind of what we talked about at the start, right? You play to your comforts, but also you pick heroes that kind of benefit with the idea that you're going for. I think that Novara definitely, you mentioned that it was a kicker, right? That was the Achilles heel. It really provided nothing for the team, and it's way too complicated to pull it off. Pick a simple draft, a draft that can get you lane priority, a draft that can kind of hold the line. So I think that might
do have to 100% agree with you. I think if they picked up a Farsa, it would have a little bit more early game rotational pressure, able to just run away. But the matter of fact is, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The early 2 kills from Super Friends onto After Dark just really snowballed King Kong's aggression into their own jungles. And After Dark wasn't able to have that much damage, have that much impact in sort of like defending the situation. So they really need this reset. They really need this short little break.
Especially today, it's an important day for Papa Supermassive. But like Shiro said, it's not over just yet. The series will continue. After this short break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Onyx Philippines and Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive has just gotten a taste of what world standard feels like. They dropped game 1 against Onyx Philippines in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Group stage, day number 2, you're tuning into Stream C with me, Husky, alongside Churros. But there's still a chance for Papara Supermassive to give us the Turkish delight, give us a taste of what they can actually do in the upcoming game 2.
Well, I think it's all boiling down to that draft. I think Onyx Philippines just won that draft through and through. Counter picks all the way, giving King Kong his signature hero, and then last picking a Novaria, a very, for now, a very situational type of hero that you really want to use if you have full control, you really have a lot of magic damage that you want to portray. And yes, as much as After Dark wants to go for a little bit more utility build, that early game burst, especially coming up and facing Super Friends, will be a huge hurdle to cross.
It's going to be quite a challenge, right? I think sometimes when you are up against an opponent that is clearly way stronger than you are, you can't let it get to your head, right? I think, you know, at the end of the day, it's the nature of competition. Let's look at game 2. The bans are gonna come right up. Once again, Onyx Philippines with the Phobias, Matilda ban, no Harib, no Kalea. Papa Supermassive will take that out. In game 1, we did see Luoyi, Suyo, Jusin get let through, and in fact, Jusin wasn't even touched the entire draft. So I wonder if this is gonna be any different. The Granger Moscow ban, so Suyo's still open for Onyx Philippines.
Yeah, they're also first pick again this time around. I think Papa Supermassive really like the second pick,
The
but
Fanny's
they're
open.
actually going for Fanny.
Uh-oh,
We're in for a treat.
we are. Well, Papa Supermassive did beat a Fanny yesterday, YBG's Fanny, but I don't know, man. King Kong's Fanny is pretty different.
Yeah, very different. But right now, you've got the Jawhead, you've got the Hilda in your possession, unless you want to go for the Suyos this time around before you can ban it. But it will be Lucas this time. So they're playing it to their strengths. This is the really thick and juicy teamfight composition that they're used to playing. They really have one enchanter as well. Maybe even a foreign or a foreign might work for Papa Supermassive. But for Onyx Philippines, they're going for the Valentina. They really want to try to disrupt. If Papa Supermassive picks up the Farsa, Super Friends is able to counter that one. Kiara might
Everyone, welcome sa ating watch party. Ito po ang ating second game. Panalo Onyx PH kanina. Tingnan natin kung kaya mag 2-0. I said this off stream. Hindi nanalo ang Fanny kahapon. Kay Fabian tsaka kay Kyrie. But if there's any player na kaya magbigay ng first win for Fanny, I definitely think it's King Kong from Onyx PH. So, punta na tayo pa-enlarge na po. Ay, hindi mamaya pa pala.
Gusto ko yung mga posing ng mga players ngayon. Usually kasi before, nakaganyan lang.
Oo.
Yung typical nakaganyan lang, cross arms lang. Ngayon, may mga nagaganyan na.
Gumagano na.
Buti nga wala nakagano, no?
Lumos mo! Itaas mo sa camera!
Kulang sila ng damage. Yung yung
Di ba nasobrahan sa sustain yan? Pero guys, quick recap lang.
Yeah.
Nanalo sila, yung Papara Supermassive, nanalo ng isang game on YB in-game.
Okay.
Ito yung drop nila. Lucas Jungler, Joed, tapos Badang, tapos Paramis.
Si
Parang
Kela
ano
yung
sila?
Pina-focus ban?
All-in brawl sila.
Laban ng laban.
All-in brawl.
Feeling ko itong Fanny deny pick lang.
Pero ang mahirap lang nito para sa Papara Supermassive. Sasabayan sila ng Onyx PH kasi nga may Valentina sila.
Hindi kami ban kay Kaylor.
Irithel, Beatrix, Granger, tsaka Harith. Okay, Brune na ni Kela to. It's time.
Moskov.
Hindi, binan nila yung Moscow.
Sila na buwan? Okay.
Phobios, Mathilda, Moscow, tsaka Hylos.
Ang ganda nung Valentina pick, no?
Yes, actually. Pag pipilian niya, yung Sacred Beast form or yung Cult Altar.
Ako dyan, yung Cult Altar na lang. Kasi saglit lang naman cooldown
Bruno,
yan.
tinanggal ng Onyx PH. Ano gagamitin ni Kelra? Now I'm curious. Carry? Brody. Kasi nabuff si Brody eh.
Go Brody sila. Unless unahan sila ng Papara. Kulit kayo gusto pala nyo ng ganyan Kasi mas mauuna yung tumbling ng Brody kaysa sa sa ejector eh.
Oh, valid. Okay, Kirk, Valentina to.
Totally
Bruce.
ban Keller talaga. Ano na gagamitin ni Keller? Ay, yung Claude!
Actually, pwede Claudia.
Ito, sila yung unang-unang nagpauso nung diversion.
Yung diversion, tapos mag-clear ng wave si Kelra, tapos bababa.
Ano yung tawag nila doon?
BMI Express.
Hindi.
Ano ba?
Worldwide BMI ba yun? Or ano? Basta parang
Global
pangmalaki
BMI.
BMI.
Global BMI.
Ayun, Global BMI.
Duga naman kasi talaga. Tsaka pati nga TP ngayon ng BMI.
And nakita na natin to siguro hindi in-expect to ng Papara Supermassive. They were expecting na yung Valentina, si Super Prince ang gagamit.
Actually, tama.
Hindi nila in-expect
Si
na
Kirk.
XP pala tong Valentina. Sino ba yung gumawa nun?
Edward.
On MPLPH?
Edward.
Edward. Yeah. So, for the side of Onyx PH, sobrang ganda ng lineup nila. ang dami nilang pwedeng pagpipilian eh. Pwedeng mag-hybrid si Kirk para may Netherrealm heal pa rin, or mag pure tank para sa Sacred Beast form.
Pangalawang Claude na to na nakita natin sa ESL.
And
Interesting.
kung hindi ako nagkakamali, tama to, Kwa.
Ano?
Ang IMU ni Valentina converted kung ano man yung nakuwang niya. Yung
Ah.
damage, converted
Kung
yung
ilan yung physical damage nung kalaban, converted
sa magical.
Sa magical. Alam ko hindi nga lang yata 100%.
Hindi. I feel like most likely baka 70, 75.
100?
mga ganun lang.
Ay, hindi, 100 pala.
100 ba?
100.
Hindi ba
Tapos
parang sobrang nun?
tapos alam ko, hindi ko lang sure kung may plus pa yung magical damage ni
Hindi ko lang, yun ang
nung
hindi ko
Valentina mismo.
Baka yun yung percentage na lang.
Oo.
Pero ito ang maganda niyan. Sabihin nating level 12,
Aha.
level 8 pala rather. Si Kirk dito. Depende yung ulti ng level na
Tingnan mo si
makukuha
King
niya
Kong,
sa level ni Kirk. Pero, teka, early first blood na pa-flicker kagad.
Tapos yung Jawhead mo, magre-red yan para mabilis kang makakuha ng mga objectives.
Pero yung feeling ko, uy! Teka, hindi magandang senaryo to para sa papara. Baka mapara sila ng maaga kung sakali.
Para.
Meron naman silang isang win kasi nanalo sila sa Influence Rage. So, etong laban na to hindi pa naman sabihin nating panglaglagan na para sa papara. They still have a chance na makapasok sa playoffs kung sakali.
Tsaka may panalo naman sila kapon
May isa nga silang panalo against
Oo.
Influence Rage nga. Ang mga dehado lang talaga ngayon, which is yung Falcons Mena,
wala pang panalo Falcons Meno.
Wala pa.
A7.
A7, wala pa din. Meron pa eh.
Ang OP naman kasi nung nila, mga katapat, boss.
Balagbag, no?
Oo. Dito kasi ang paproblemahin mo lang dito, yan, Onyx, TLID, di mo matatalo
Pero para
yan.
sa side ng Onyx PH, parang feeling ko wala nang sa kanila eh.
Threat.
Or konti na lang yung harang sa kanila.
Siguro baka pag malason lang ng draft.
Siguro.
ganon.
Tapos yung
Kasi nakatapat nila TLID na eh.
yung BTR na dapat expected mong overpowered din
Oo,
sa
inaano mo na
sarili
naman
nila.
yung BTR ko! BTR ko yun! Ano yung BTR ko
O nga pala, BTR super fan ka nga pala, no?
Oo, BTR fan ako.
Isa ka bang Red Robots?
Ako ang number 1 BTR fan.
Ay, yung top lane.
Yan, kung hindi
Tingnan
nyo
mo.
alam, guys.
Wapapang!
Shaw! Shaw is gone!
I'm sorry for laughing, pero nai-imagine ko kasi isipin niya, okay, under third, safe ako. Pacham.
Biglang pumasok si
Now you see
Si
Shaw,
King Kong.
now you don't.
Esta Boris Xiao. Esta Debro Dobro now.
Pili ko nga dito si King Kong kasi usually may nakikita tayo, funny, naka-hybrid. Isang physical damage lang tapos the rest tank na.
Damage yan!
Pure damage, no?
Omsim!
Tingnan natin yung first build niya. Pag naka-heptas ito, ano
Recta
to?
BOD o Malefic Malefic Roar?
Hindi, ano yan. Pag naka-heptas siya first build, ibig sabihin gusto niya talaga ng ng damage.
Oh.
Pero pag first build niya War Axe, medyo at least magsusustain siya. Pero
Gusto ko lang manalo, yun lang.
ano ka ba dito lahat? Too sorry.
May 2-0 ka ba lahat? Naglagay ka 2-0 lahat?
Possible eh. Tingnan mo yung game ng BTR.
Malaki?
Tsaka ng TLID.
Malaki yung nilagay mo?
Hindi, malit lang.
Pwede.
Ano lang naman ako eh, first set of series lang naman ako eh.
Ha?
First set of series lang, yung tatlo.
Tatlo lang.
Ay, hindi mo sinama yung mga Aurora,
Hindi, mamaya na ulit. Mamaya na. Kalma ka lang, boss. Ang sinasabi ko nga dyan, kalma ka lang. Mahaba pa ang gabi.
Tama.
Mahaba pa.
Mahaba nga ni. Araw ko.
Pero si Xiao,
Gandang-
under the turret, pinatay na naman.
Gugo pa sila ulit.
Vacuum.
Push yung top.
TP si Kirko.
Boost 3-0 na. Papatay ba tayo ng isa? Ginagaw yung Sacred Beast for sobrang talaga, no? Parang in demand na yung Valentina on XP, lalo na may Lucas. Kasi sobrang dali niya lang din mag-in and out.
Grabe, ang ganda kasi talaga ng ng Valentina pick nila dun. Actually, kung hindi nila ginawa yan, medyo feeling ko tatagal pa eh. Pero sa gantong sitwasyon,
Tsaka sobrang tapang nga dito ni Kelra. Siguro parang confident na nga lang din yung Onyx PH. Usually sa ganyan drop na kalaban mo na merong Joet, mapapapurify ka eh. Pero nag-sprint pa rin talaga siya eh. Confident siya na hindi siya mahuhuli ng Joet eh.
Hindi, kasi mas mabilis yung nga. Ang problema mo lang kasi sa Joed, ang tagal nung animation nung ejector niya, men. Ang tagal nung
baka
ejector
tiga
niya.
Japan.
So, pwede ka pang...
May lakad pa kasi yun.
Sa split second na yun, pwede ka pa mag-BMI out. Unless unstoppable force tas
Hindi,
ejector
malay mo
ka.
magulat.
War Axe. Naka-axe si King Kong.
Naka-war axe siya. Ay,
Oo.
magsasustain
Pure
siya.
damage to boost.
Tapos nag-Clock of Destiny si Kirk.
Phantom Sight, ay Corrosion Sight, nabuo na naman ni Xiao. So additional damage. Sino yung dinadali doon sa likod? That would be Super Prince.
Super Prince.
Avatar of the Guardian. Binitaw na rin naman ni Brusco. But I still think Onikek.
Uy, binate.
Diba? May ano sila? May nervyos ba?
Ito si King Kong, pang. Oh, hindi niya na kaya.
Eto na si Kirk. Nag-transform na! Ang tunay!
Uy!
Wala nang clicker lang.
Nagpa-flicker na.
Walang flicker.
Malalim ka na ata dyan,
Hello.
boss. Flicker lang din.
Uy,
Oy, sabay
iniwan.
TV!
Hindi na siya mamatay eh. Si Bruce ko nandun din, malapit lang.
Tapos magkaka-IM din siya ulit.
Kuha na lang ulit.
Because you know I'm all about
Bada bass, bada bass, no trouble. About a bass, bada bass, no trouble. I'm all about a bass, no trouble. I'm all about a bass, bass.
Mamaya, yan na naman si Brusco. B2-0
Bang.
uli kami.
Oh, B2-0 kami, baka naman.
Pero si Brusco 1v1 dun sa baba. Si Wasa yung katapat niya. Pero sa likod may nangyayari din pala. Kelra
Blazing
will
duet.
get after dark. Buhay pa si Brusco.
Si King Kong,
Nakabo
Wapapang!
si Moji.
Ito mo, pasok siya.
Ops!
Wakakak!
Ginamit ulit yung ano? Netherrealm?
Na late. Hindi nila
Parang wala pang
napansin yung
successful
damage.
ano to ah.
Walang successful na Netherrealm.
Wala.
Ito yung funny.
Ganto yung funny.
May
May ano
funny
pala,
kahapon.
sabi ni Chandria San Pedro, panalo funny ni Fabian kanina. Ang sinasabi ko po kaninang walang panalo na funny was yesterday.
Kahapon.
Pero kanina daw, nanalo naman yung
Funny ni Fabian.
Nag-funny pala ulit si Fabian, magkakasabay kasi first series eh.
Oo, di na
Guys, shoutout sa ating 1K viewers.
Hello guys.
Pumayo kayo at magparami. Sa mga gusto magpa-shoutout,
No.
share nyo lang yung live stream. Tapos, i-share badge lang. Yun lang.
Yun lang.
Mayo
Share
lang
lang.
kayo.
Dumayo at magpakasaya.
Ingatang magparami.
Ingat sa pagpaparami. Dumayo kayo at ingat sa pagpaparami. Kinabahan. Blade of Heptasis, kinuha ni
Be
King Kong.
responsible.
Sim.
Medyo late yung heptasy niya. Dapat kasi 7 minutes, 8 minutes, patatlong item na dapat si King Kong.
Ban Kelra, sabi ni Jason
ayan na,
Creel.
bumuna ng ano. Bumuna ng, ano to, the third item, Blade of Despair.
BBOD talaga yan si King Kong.
Pre, kung rekta, pure damage na tong funny.
Kaya naman eh.
Pero ang
Nakikita
problema
ko ng
niya,
gulat na ano.
pag nagkaka-item yung papara. Uy,
Kasi yun naman kasi yung
Ayun,
ginagawa ng ano, ibang funny user na may paramis, gulatin mo na hindi makapag-nether.
Gulatin mo ako
ng
sa lilim ng iyong pagmamahal.
Shout out kay Mark Vincent Makasigan. Hello, welcome.
Alam mo ba? Alam mo na. Wala ka nang magagawa, talo ka na.
Ayun lang.
Batadan.
Mataran.
Mataran. Mataran.
Alam mo ba? Wala ka nang magagawa, talo ka na.
Ang tikiras nakuha naman ni ano dito? Ni Blotsfet?
Patay ka dyan, Bloodspet. Nagkamali ata.
Patay ka.
Bye.
Kamali siya ng flicker.
Wakakak.
Ay, ito, question mark ni Kelra, Blazing Duet. Papapapapaw! Shaw! Goodbye! Tinamaan ang Sacred Beast form ni Kirk.
Kaya
Ito
pang
na ang
depensahan
tropang
yan.
Papara Supermassive. Netherrealm,
Oy,
pero
umalis
isa
ka.
lang yung kanyang sinaniban. Waza is dead!
Aray ko.
TV pa yung Super Friends. Nakakatawa ngayon lang nakakaganda ng ano yung Onyx, di ba? Hindi nila magawa pag sa PH eh.
Yung Sacred Beast form ni Kirk, yung paata yung totoong Lucas.
Mas masakit pa no?
Mas masakit
Ito ba ginagawa ni King Kong,
Pagkatapos mag-ejector, sinugod ni King ko. Ops!
Makulit ka,
Nasobra ka na, boss.
Si King Kong, kung paano gumalaw sa totoong buhay, ganun din yung karakter niya.
He's very animated, no?
Kaya nga
Nakakatawa.
Uy, ala!
Ganda, what? Ang swabe nun, huli, dalawa sumabog na follow up
Guys.
agad ni Kelra.
Ito nga po ay watch party ng Pinas. Nakakita ka ba ng watch party?
Tawang-tawa kami, nag-comment na bias daw tayo.
ang
Ano gusto mong
sinusupport-
gawin, boss? Cheer namin yung papa ka?
Boss, okay nang magalit ka kaysa mas magalit yung marami pag yung papara yung sinuport namin.
Okay na magalit ka, wag lang ako.
Hindi ako galit like literally tawang-tawa lang ako.
Boss, ako galit ako kahapon pa eh.
Also, hindi kami casters, we're not casters. And actually, ang hindi lang pwede maging bias when it comes to discussions na casters ay ang mga talents sa English stream.
Official casters.
Yes,
Bawal
yes.
sila.
Shoutout sa'yo, Elrak9DG. Good afternoon daw.
Mali pa yung spelling ng bias niya yun.
Kay Randy Moncada, shoutout din sa'yo. Kay Bisinga Fernando Jr. At kay Ivan Abdul Jalil, pa-shoutout po. Isa po ako Muslim yan. Shoutout po sa mga ating mga kaibigan, kapatid na Muslim.
Hi kay Elmer Rosaroso. Pa-shoutout po watching from Bilibid Prison. Sana makasama namin kayo dito. Naku po.
Wala guys, April 14 pa kami libre.
si Tokwa. Sa Bilibid.
Anong room cell ka, boss? Para madalaw.
Roommate ba kayo?
Ayan, tumitipi-tipi uli ang Onyx PH. Maybe last one
Tapos
or
na
last
ata to.
two na fights pero may naglalakad na nga na Lord. Tumitipi na lang din yung papa ka.
Oo. Pero tingnan natin guys, may mga ano pa naman. Ay!
Pumasok si
Ang
King Kong.
lalim ni King Kong talaga. Ewan ko ba sa taong to?
Very confident si Kuya eh.
Yung laro na nga, nilalaro pa. Pero
Bakit hindi kasali ang TLPH? Hi kay Cyril.
nalaglag sila.
Nalaglag po sila. So before ng ESL Masters, mayroon pang ESL Snapdragon na
Challenge
Pro
Finals,
Series,
yeah.
Challenge Finals. Nalaglag po yung TLPH nun. Hindi ba si Oheb yun eh? Hindi pa si Oheb yung naglalaro nun.
Sila Zaya
Yok TC.
Outplate ata, kung hindi ako nagkakamali.
Si Yok TC.
Pero tatapusin na ata ng Onyx PH. Blazing duet kay Kelra, pero buhay pa rin ata. Okay, Kelra was shot down,
2-0.
pero tapos na kasi yung laban, guys. Easy game para sa Onyx PH.
What a way to start ang series sa ating live na ito. But I think we called it, right? 2-0 Onyx PH. Kahit na iban lahat ng mga alam nilang goal laners towards Kelra, meron pa din siyang nalabas na Claude and he was amazing at it. King Kong din, swabe yung naging funny niya. But one thing na gusto kong i-comment sana though is, and it's been a while since na-comment ko siya, si Kirk on this Valentina, damage tapos yung pag-aura niya sa mga kalaban really set as a threat for Papara super massive. 19 and 4 ang ating
pero-
game number 2. Yes?
Teka, wag daw kayong bias para sa Papara.
Umalis ka na lang ng live, boss?
Close game, guys. Close game. Grabe, sayang yun. Papara Supermassive. Kung nadali lang siguro dapat mga 5 hero yung binan kay Kelra. Sayang, close game.
Hindi naman practice na lang sila. Bakit hindi kasali ang Aurora? Na-invite ba yung Aurora PH?
Talo rin sila sa ano?
Ayun, okay. Yung mga teams po na wala dito sa ESL Snapdragon Masters, hindi po sila nakalabas, hindi sila nag-qualify ng ESL Challenge Final.
Ito ata yung
Update
Aurora
lang, guys.
na sobrang bugbog sila on mga early stages.
Actually,
Tapos
oo.
hirap na sila
Ay, oo,
makabangon.
yung points nga pala. Right, yes. Tama?
Update lang, BTR panalo 2-0.
Yun.
Ay, oo, naalala ko yung Aurora. Parang nagkaroon ng issue kasi akala Aurora na yung pasok. Pero
Yes, hindi yung sabi ng casters.
RRQ pala.
Pero sa head-to-head kasi talo eh.
Yeah,
Talo
yeah.
yung Aurora sa RQ. Pero I think that is it, mga kaibigan. Also.
Alright, we're gonna hop into a very short break. Makinig muna kayo sa actual casters sa ating main live stream. We will see you guys sa second series. Bye-bye!
Eh, di pa nalalatan yung zero mo.
The younger fell behind at minute 1, and then you have a Fanny and a Loyi, and just hard diving you in your lane, and there's no way that anyone else from Papa So Massive could have even provided any assistance. So this game, once more, it's just Onyx Philippines having the draft and obviously throwing in a curveball with the Kirk Valentina, but more importantly, Papa Supermassive, like this Faramis pick felt pretty forced, and they were punished in an instant.
Yeah, no easy way to put it. Every single one of the 5 members, look how close their damage is. 19 kills to 4, Papa Supermassive. Right from the early game, it was just havoc. They couldn't find any control anywhere in their map, anywhere in their jungles, anywhere in their lanes. Every single lane was crumbling. Moji couldn't get his farm. There wasn't any team fights because for Onyx Philippines, it was just pickoffs after pickoffs after pickoffs that they couldn't even fight as 5 members.
it's a really a tough game. I think, you know, Papa Supermassive ability got completely outclassed, and there's no better way to put it. Right, King Kong's the MVP, got Bruce Goldkirk as the honorable mention, but overall, I think it's just, you know, Onyx Philippines showing us why they are the current world champions, and it's very hard to find a team that remains consistent after all this time, and Onyx Philippines right now is the prime example of that.
Yeah, I got a controversial question to ask you, and I think I've seen Gani and Mirko doing this in the stream. But do you think that Onyx Philippines may be one of the most goated teams ever to play MLBB?
The most goated team, I mean, I think. Now here's my take. I think right now they are definitely the most goated. But if we want to say one of the most, we gotta see their 2025 run. I think if Onyx Philippines can, you know, win a local title and maybe MSC, or the icing on the cake, complete a golden run, they would be the most goated team. But even then, I think if you can win your local league back-to-back on MPL Philippines and then convert that to an MSC win, that is really good enough. Because I don't recall a team that is this dominant, this consistent for so long. I think close seconds, probably Blacklist International. That is a good example, you know, TL, PH, Team Falcons. But to this degree, probably not much yet, but that's just how I see it, right? Because of how dominant Onyx PH is, despite some of the down times that they had in the earlier seasons this year, you see how fast they bounce back.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think Supermassive playing this game, it was just they were sitting ducks. They pretty much looked like they just booted up a game and just left. Taking a look at the highlights, every single highlight was a kill montage. The reaction times from these players and dodging out of Lotsvets' throw was just immaculate. Every single one the way. The alley-oops coming in from Kirk into Kelra was just crazy. Yeah, this was a push out of the Nether Realm.
Yeah.
After Dark couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, like let's say it really was just, you know, an outplay, right? It's a mechanical outplay. Obviously, this one King Kong did give his life up. You know, Xiao did skill up at one point, and a bit of a mechanical error, I think, from King Kong. He kind of misjudged the damage. But we did say at the very start that Onyx PH, you give them an inch, they would take a mile. Like if Bumper Supermassive experienced what it feels like to get snowball on by YBG yesterday, this was that at maximum capacity because Onyx Philippines, they stepped on the gas and they did not stop for the rest of the game.
Yeah, looking at all of this, they couldn't even try to defend. The Nether Realm was already popped way before when Fanny or when King Kong first glided in. It just triggered After Dark to be like, okay, I need to put the Nether Realm because he could potentially just one-shot all of us. And once that was wasted, Lord already marching in and crashing down that turret, it was all over from that point.
Yeah, a rough game of Papa Supermassive, but you know, at least they have some time to recompose themselves before they have to play later today. But I think, regardless, congratulations to Onyx Philippines for that victory. It was very well deserved. Good to see them back on form, and I think with that win, they almost certainly guaranteed themselves a slot in the playoff. Now it's all about, you know, seeing if they can get that perfect group stage run like they did. Actually, I want to say like they did in Challenge Finals, but actually it was TLID that got the perfect run. So now Onyx Philippines have a chance to do that.
Yeah, taking a look at the standings really quickly, I think this really solidifies them as the top team because they're only playing 5 games over 3 days. They've already done 3. They've won an overall 5 games out of all of that, with 1 game lost to TLID. So that puts them at the top of the charts with, let's see how many points, 8 points.
8 points, yeah. 8 points and then a 6-1, you know, game score. So with that being said, we're gonna bring out our boy King Kong, who is waiting in the interview booth up on the broadcast top of it. What's up, King Kong?
Hello, King Kong.
Hello.
What's up?
We let's skip the introduction. You know, this win was pretty much expected. You know, while you guys come into this, I want to start it off by asking something that I don't think anyone's asked before, right? Why did you dye your hair back to black?
Oh, I'm just lazy doing the retouch for the red hair. No other reasons.
Did it
I
fade?
just feel
Did it fade
lazy.
to a different color?
Not that much, but I just wanna dye it back to black so I can see my hair black, then my back short with my hair black.
Well, to be honest, I think we can all agree that you look better in black hair.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, well, I mean, yesterday you guys played like YBG and TLID, and obviously that was a win. And right now, this is your third win. In the group stage, you got 2 more to go, right? You got Bigatron and Influence Rage left. You think you're feeling good about getting that clean group stage, 5-0 and qualifying for playoff?
Feeling good, but not in a way that we could be complacent. I think we still need to improve a lot in terms of the game and our decision makings. But yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah. I've got a really interesting question for you because I think Onyx Philippines is one of the best teams in the world right now. You guys are very, you done well in MPL PH. Yes, you had a shaky first start to the season, and then coming in, you're making it off to the MPL PH playoffs and coming into the Snapdragon Pro Mobile Masters. Let's look ahead. You're in the playoffs. What is the team that you fear the most?
I think every single team has a threat to us since almost all of the teams already adapted to the current meta, and I think every team knows how to play the game very, very well as of now.
Right, I want to follow with that. How did you guys kind of adapt to this, right? Like Julius did brought up, you had a slightly shaky start to the local league, but how do you guys kind of adjust to it? Like, what was the biggest, the biggest adjustment you guys made to get back onto that winning ways?
I think the biggest is forget about our lose streak, then move on in improving and making better plays in the game.
Is this better fun, like for you as a jungler? Because we are seeing like almost the same heroes. Right? What do you feel about the current meta so far?
I just feel good. I think I'm fine with the current jungle heroes.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Words for the fans back home and anything, and then, yeah.
For all the fans around the world, thank you so much for supporting Onyx Philippines. We'll always do our best and have fun watching.
I'm pretty sure we had a lot of fun watching you and the rest of the super fans. Thank you very much, King Kong. All the best for the rest of the games.
Oh man.
He's a natural, dude.
Man,
He's a
oh,
natural.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more and more fun to talk to with every passing interview. I would say that I agree he looks better in black hair. I know who was it? I think Kirk Kirk rated it like a 0 out of 10 or something at one point. But still, Onyx Philippines back to the winning ways. There's nothing much to say. They're just that good. At least from this series, they look perfect.
Yeah, but still, it's a team that has just arrived in Indonesia. We haven't seen Turkey much in their own local leagues. So I think, it's what to be expected. But with a lot of expectations, and I say before, comes a lot of pressure for Onyx Philippines to perform, especially at the highest level. Yesterday, they really showed us a masterclass against TLID as well. Yes, they lost one game, but they really came back and showed that they're disciplined, they're adaptable, and they really need to get that reset. It's so hard for esports players to get that reset coming into the game after a loss.
Yeah, especially when the stakes are so high, right? Like the prize pool, I think, champion prize pool for Mobile Masters is essentially more than what you get by winning a domestic league, and it's happening in the middle of your league as well. So I think, with all that pressure, sometimes you need the things around you to take the edge off. And we have what essentially is the official chair of ESL that is put to the test and proven by players. Let me introduce you to Antros, built by humans, backed by science, where comfort meets competitive edge. And you can check out more about them on antros.com, because this chair For example, it has two ergonomic innovations, and it is proven by data as the first and only chair so far that is FDA registered for better posture. So if you have problems with that like I do, I think Antros is the chair for you.
You know what's interesting is that ESL actually collaborated with Enteros, and they have the ESL branded chairs that the players are sitting in. And not only the players can sit on them, you guys can sit on them too. So go on down to Enteros.com and get your own Enteros chair picked by the pros for comfort and performance right now. With that, man, Husky, it's been a heck of a series. It's a 2-0, like we all predicted. I mean, we got the prediction right. But hey, for a proper Supermassive, time to get that reset. Another big game at the end of the day.
Yeah, they got plenty of time to do that reset. So yeah, I think the game towards the end of the day is the most important one, because right now they are tied with BTR on their scoreboard, right? So that last game is going to break that tie and decide who can make it to the playoffs. But we also want to quickly remind you that you can win a $100 gift card by taking a survey at esl.gg/survey, or just scan the QR code. We would like to know your thoughts on everything that has happened so far. So take some time, do the survey, and you might be a lucky winner of a gift card that's worth $100.
100 USD, so that's like 400 ringgits.
400 plus ringgit, yeah, 400 plus ringgit, you know, however currency you want to put it, but just know that sometimes you can do things and win something by doing that. For now, we are gonna do some winning on our own, so we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, it is going to be the second series of the day, Aurora Turkey against Alpha 7 Esports. Stay tuned for that.
Indonesia, role gua jungler. Hari ini gua bakal ngajarin kalian bermain Suyo. Kalau buat emblemnya, gua kalau main Suyo biasanya pakai Trill kalau nggak Swift ya. Kalau yang 2 sama 3-nya nih sebenarnya bisa killing spree juga, kalau nggak endurance. Cuma biasanya kalau buat farming mungkin endurance biar lebih cepet aja sih. Terus kalau yang talent satunya nih, dia pasti sebenarnya bisa Swift, bisa drill juga. Jadi ya, tapi lebih enak Swift sih sebenarnya. Tapi ya udah kita coba Swift aja lah. Ya paling kalau buat level 1 kayak gini, kita ambil skill 2 ya, karena biar cepet farmingnya. Terus biasanya kalau gua sendiri start mana buffnya sebenarnya tergantung turtle. Kalau misalnya turtle-nya di bawah ya udah gua start bawah. Kalau turtle start atas, gua di atas. Terus kalau farming, kalau dari gua sendiri sih langsung retry aja sih biar cepet aja. Terus juga main Suyo gini, skill 2-nya bisa di hold, bisa di tap juga. Jadi bebas. Habis merah gini ya ke biru aja sih. Kayak farming biasa aja sih. Ya, terus kalau misalnya udah 2 buff gini ya kalian habisin janggal-janggal kecil aja. Terus kalau misalnya ada kutu ini Lito, ambil aja. Terus ada orang ya udah kita kill. Terus kalau masih menit 1 gini mungkin ya farming doang sih. Kalau misalnya ada orang yang buat geng kayak di XP lane, kalau nggak di gold lane gitu, mungkin ya bisa digas. Cuma tergantung pattern kalian. Kalau misalnya pattern kalian ke atas ya udah ke atas aja gitu. Jadi nggak usah mondar-mandir. Terus juga jangan lupa kalau misalnya ada jungle musuh, kalian coba invite aja sih. Biar lumayan kan XP sama gold. Yang turtle udah mau respon guys. Jadi kita ya stay turtle aja sih. Karena Suyo tuh ibaratnya kayak hero yang lumayan kuat megang objektif ya. Jadi ya buat pegang turtle, pegang gold gitu lumayan ada advantage-nya sih. Udah kalau misalnya udah dapet turtle gini, kalian tinggal farming lagi. Terus kalian bisa geng mid, geng atas, geng bawah, bebas. Jadi kesimpulan main Suyo ini menurut gua ini hero buat di jungler sangat overpower karena dia mempunyai banyak advantage ya, kayak ibaratnya bisa sustain di early game-nya, ada damage gitu-gitu kan. Jadi ya cocok lah dipakai buat seloreng, entah itu party itu cocok banget itu. Ya paling dari gua itu aja sih kalau buat pro tips bermain Suyo ya. Kalian jangan lupa buat dukung tim Liquid Indonesia di SPS Mobile Master ini supaya juara guys. Thank you.
Halo guys, gue Sutsujin dari Arati Hoshi sebagai jungler. Gue sekarang bakalan bagi tips ke kalian cara main Hayabusa. Oke guys, sekarang kalian bisa nentuin startnya dari mana itu lihat turtle-nya guys. Kalau turtle-nya di atas biasanya gue start atas biar nanti bisa turtle-nya gampang. Kalian start biru pun kalian bisa rotasi ke gold lane juga nantinya biar bisa bantu gold kalian. Nah pas start jungle gini kalian bisa suruh roamer kalian buat bantuin jungle biar lebih cepat rotasi. Kalau enggak midnya kalian bisa suruh freeze hero di mid. Kalau nggak mau bantu jungle, pokoknya Haya harus 2 buff dulu guys, biar bisa biar bisa ganking enak, nyari level 4 biar bisa ada ulti ya. Nah kayak gini guys, kalian bisa suruh tim kalian kayak aduin aja, terus nanti kalian datang geng. Sambil scroll map juga kalian bisa lihat di mid. Kalau posisinya kemajuan gini bisa kalian bunuh guys. Jangan lupa skill 2-nya harus kena ya guys, biar makin sakit. Di menit 2 turtle ya guys. Kayak gini musuhnya out of posisi, bunuh lagi. Kalau udah snowball kayak gini kalian udah gampang, kalian tinggal masukin buffnya, masukin jungle-nya, jangan main di jungle kita terus. Ya pokoknya kalian kalau main Hayabusa kalian rotasinya harus bareng trio mid kalian, terus juga kalian harus ganking kiri kanan, lihat yang mana bisa di kill, terus sama maksimalin skill 2-nya sih biar shadownya itu harus kena guys kalau mau main Hayabusa. Soalnya stack pasifnya itu penting banget biar bisa ultinya tambah sakit. Udah sih gitu doang guys. Oke guys, itu dia tips dari gua untuk main Hayabusa.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The Jakarta Sun doing overtime, and so are the teams. Welcome to day 2 of the group stage of the Snapdragon Pro Mobile Masters. Day 1 was chaos in the best way, upset surprises and highlight reels for days. But today, it's a fresh start, clean slate, everyone's locked in and ready to go. It's your boys Churros, and alongside me, it's Gani. Bringing you all the action from Stream C. It's Gani, the Gonsters. If you missed this in the first series, Onyx PH gave us a dominant victory over Papara Supermassive from Turkey with a 2-0 sweep. Now the second series of today, it's Turkey versus Brazil. Once again, Aurora versus A7. The Gonsters, tell me, how are you feeling today?
I watched a bit, right, from the first match. It was a lopsided victory, I gotta say, draft-wise and execution-wise. Now, though, right, we see a Turkish team going up against a Brazilian team. I feel like it's going to be much more even. And A7 Esports, they got experience in an international, some of them at least, so I'm expecting them to give a challenge here for Aurora.
Yeah. Honestly, though, let's break down the stats. I do agree with everything you say, but some of the viewers might not. Aurora versus Falcon yesterday, 0-2. Lost to Falcon with a clean sweep. Aurora versus Falcons, Mena, that's a 2-0 in favor of Aurora, so 1 win for them. A7 versus Onyx ID, that's 0-2. Lost to Onyx ID, and A7 also lost to RRQ Hoshi, so no luck there with the Indonesian teams. Still 0 wins on the board. So this time around, facing up against the Turkish team, they might be able to find themselves in a better spot. So if you're going into this game and you're the Brazilian team, 0 wins on the board, and facing up one of the better teams in the region, especially after a dominant performance as Ofetnar in M6, how do you approach this?
Again, I think right now Alpha 7, sure, they can focus on their opponents, right? Their patterns and whatnot, but I feel like they need to focus on themselves because Aurora, I mean, you know, they got experience, they got the mechanics with Lunar, TNZ, Rosa, Apex 47, and Mr. Sigibu.
Yeah, you know them, you love them. We'll take a look at some of the highlights that they did yesterday, but it was a bitter end of the day when they faced up against Falcons. So let's take a look at when they faced up against the Falcons counterparts from Mena. Pretty good performance from all of them, actually. To be honest, I thought they would have been able to put up a better performance and better execution against Falcons, but they just succumbed to the Falcons' strength from Philippines. So after all of that, they should have a good reset coming into the game and facing up against the Brazilian team. Look at how fast their sort of like, you know, the engage is, especially from the opportunities brought them by Apex 47.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of precision, right, from Aurora in this match. And we didn't get to see a lot of precision from them against Team Falcon. So if they want to win, going up against A7 here, I think they need to bring that precision, that decisive execution. And on paper, they're the better team. But again, in the Land of Dawn, anything can happen.
Better words can't be said. And take a look at the other end of the spectrum. The Brazilian teams flying around 16 hours down to Jakarta. It's A7, Takashi in EXP lane, Kingzilla, an old to King Kong this time around. In the jungle, Syndrome mid-side, Van Gwyn in the roam, and Gusta Lagusta, you know him, you love him, in the gold lane. This is a team who's locked in and ready to go. It's a new day, facing up against Aurora.
Very scary team. Again, we mentioned how they are technically our experience. Some of them at least, right? We saw the performance of Gusta Lagusta a couple of times already. And yeah, if this team can overcome their own demons, I think they can have a fresh start here day 2. Let's see though, because Gusta Lagusta needs to be better at his positioning.
Yeah, from a lane to lane though, Gusta and Sigabun definitely has to get the ball rolling. The first gold laner who hits the power spikes, who gets that better rotations, will definitely and ultimately win out in that game. I do remember their performance though in M3 when Gusta Lagusta was still in RRQ in the Brazilian team, so that was quite a shocker. They're actually really well performing.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see here. How has not just Gusta Lagusta but this team evolved, right? After a very shaky day 1, I suppose, can they reset? It's not, I don't think they're in good shape, but going up against a Turkish team, I think it's more personal, and I do want to see more passion in this series. Even though on paper, again, Aurora, they are looking strong. Only losing against, I guess, Team Falcons, who are on paper the better team.
Yeah, I mean, look at it from a bigger picture point of view. This on a head-to-head will be super important if A7 wants to stay afloat in their road to the playoffs that's happening after the group stages, right? For Aurora, though, this game will solidify their spot as one of the top 3s. It's going to be an easier route for them if they take one game off that. So for all of us right here on the desk, it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Aurora. I think it's pretty much the same. Let me see what Husky actually predicted for this one. I think it's going to be similar.
He went for Aurora 2-0 as well.
Oh man, okay, so it's same across the board, and I think it's rightly so, right, Gani? I think for the fact that like their performance back in the M6 series, I know it's under a different name, but they're still the same team, coming together, showing off, and having sort of like this avenging spirit that they had yesterday against Falcons PH.
Yeah, that game I feel like was more experimental, right, from their side, and on paper, again, they're the weaker team, so let's experiment, you know, and I like that idea. At least they bring something new, they tried it out, doesn't work, doesn't matter. I'm sure they can hit that reset button no matter what. And now it's a new day against a new team, Alpha 7 Esports. Let's see what they will bring to the table.
We'll jump off in the draft really quickly, but speaking of bringing something new, I think for Aurora Turkey, they really showed and proven themselves that they can play anything that they're comfortable with. They have large hero pools that I think A7 needs to be able to be wary of. On the other hand, for A7, not knowing too much about this team, they have to be able to read the draft very properly. We talked a lot about execution, but down in the draft, is there anything, Gani, that stands out to you from either side?
You know what, I think now seeing, especially from Aurora, right? Because A7, I think it's just more towards execution rather than the drafts. And for Aurora, I think they can play around more. picked up the third, so they can prioritize perhaps if they want to take it away, the Selena, and also perhaps they can let Rock, the EX, open things up like the high lows perhaps early. I don't mind that.
Honestly, though, I think maybe the Bagan might work well. Kaleo is on the tables.
Matagal ang break, but we are now back. Clean feed muna tayo, guys. So, I hope you guys can chill with our voices for now. Welcome back sa Watch Party ng Just ML. Hindi to casters, we're not casting. This is just a watch party. Another best of 3 up in the chopping board. Onyx Indonesia versus RRQ Hoshi. A matchup na we have been seeing throughout MPL ID. So, one thing na I want to highlight is nakuha uli ni Sans ang gusto niyang hero, which is Sicilian.
Wala pa hatang talo tong Sicilian niya.
Wala pa.
Wala pa.
Sa ESL Masters.
Series
guys,
wala, pero
Oo.
game 2 kahapon may talo, pero series wala.
Okay, si Sutsujin pala uli ang pinaglaro ng RQ Hoshi. Noong nakaraan kasi, tama ba, si Hazel, no?
Si Hazel.
Sa MPL ID, guys,
Palo
Hindi
rin yun
sa
si Hazel,
ESL.
oh.
Parehas
Actually.
naman yung palo yung jungler nila kahit sino paglaruin. So, Hayabusa versus
Ba't kaya walang
Suyo?
sounds? Teka nga, check
Hindi
ko.
ba parang mas palo yung drop dito? Hindi sa drop yung pinaka-early objectives ng Onyx. Kung sakaling objective yung pag-uusapan. You got Joed, Suyu, tas meron pa kayong Povius, di ba? Pang bardagulan yan, di ba kayo multuhin yan?
Sito ako kami numulto ngayon. Tignan niyo yung pinakabagong video sa page ng Just
Numulto
ML,
ng
guys.
kahapon.
Tama. Unang Franco, nilabas ng RRQ. Okay, for today. Oo nga, walang audio at all. Kahit,
Ay, yung dapat meron din yung yung parang ting,
Kahit
ting,
yung
ting,
in-game.
ting, ting.
we don't hear anything.
Wait, true ba?
Okay, pero check mo na lang sa live.
Check
Tahimik muna
ko
kami,
na lang
guys, ha.
yung-
Wait lang. Check lang namin.
Check ko na lang mismo yung nila.
Pinig ko sa live natin. Meron.
Mahina lang din yung sa kanila. Parang lang, yung sound effect lang talaga ng peaking. Pero Franco yung gagamitin ni Idok. Guys, palutong mag-Franco si Idok. As in, sobrang parang Rene J.
Ganun.
Franco. Oo.
So si Idok ang Rene J ng
Indonesia.
Indonesia.
I
Siyempre,
see.
mas gwapo si Rene J.
Oo. Ano yun si Blondie Boy
Siyempre, may heart nga yan.
Uy, sana all.
Alright, ngayon naman punta na tayo sa ating game number 1. Guys, let us know if rinig yung in-game lang, wala talagang casters for now. In-game audio kasi wala akong narinig sa headphones, tapos chinek ni Brokey kanina clean feed.
Hindi, sa TV meron eh.
Okay, binabaan mo lang.
So meron din sa atin, for sure.
Gusto nyo ba ilipat ko sa headphone?
Hindi, okay na yung TV na lang.
Hindi, mag-isang game muna tayo ng meron. Para lang may mana tayong may clean.
Baka yung ma% lang.
Pero, wait lang. Surprisingly, yung RRQ Hoshi pa, yung parang matapang dito. Kahit sabihin natin may Joed yung kalaban. Pero, masyado atang nasaktan dun sa damage ni Kyrie.
Kinakap si Kyrie, Suyu pa man din. Ayun din pala, nakuha ni Kyrie yung Suyu niya. But honestly, highlight for me, even from yesterday, Sans. Ang galing niya ngayon.
And sabihin natin carry to na hindi naman natin masyadong madalas nakikita. Guys, kung maalala niyo yung carry ni Savero kahapon against Team Falcons PH. Kaya nga sila nanalo ng game 2 dahil sobrang lakas niya mag-carry nun eh.
Sina?
Si Savero, di ba
Sa
kahapon?
laban nila, Falcons?
Falcons PH, yung game number 3 nila. Sa mga gusto magpa-shoutout guys, comment lang po kayo. Tapos make sure na meron kayong sharer badge. Yun lang naman ang aming hiling. Ang tanging diling.
Tama.
Ano, dilig?
Ano yun? Tanging hiling. Tanging diling.
Ano, dilig?
Diling!
Diling.
Diling kasi. Dilig ka ng
Iba yan, boss. Magsitopo
Sorry.
talaga.
Sorry. Sorry.
Wala pang first blood, 2 minutes in. I feel like mas mataas yung chance for RRQ to get a pick off kasi nga mayroon tayong iron hook from Edok. Kaso nagiging they still give respect sa possible na snowball or gulat factor ng Onyx ID dito. Lantern Flare na gamit na pero panakot lang. First dib sa Turtle, Onyx
Lawang talaga
ID.
ata Onyx dito. Onyx ID
Contest.
Turtle. Pero susubukan naman ng RQ Hoshi. Tao-tao na lang ata pero mukhang si Kyrie pa yung unang babagsak. Actually, not just first blood. Pati si Ryota ay mabibigyan and it's a triple kill for RQ Hoshi. Grabe naman yung RQ dun. Napin.
Solid nga.
Grabe yun. We did mention din naman kanina na ayun lang, kinakabahan ng
maganda
isa.
nangyayari. Pero maganda para sa iba.
Na-mention ni Brokey kanina na ideally sa gantong draft ng Onyx ID, dapat nga sila yung makakasecure ng mga gantong pick-offs. Pero nagka-revenge kill naman si Kyrie.
Tagaling sa
But si Sutsujin 2-0, 3-0, 1-0 pala si Sutsujin.
Si Dairen ng 2-0.
Ayun pala, girls. Oo.
Nauna kasing Rumespo doon si Toy. Nag-full duration yung zaman force niya nakapag free hit sa mga miyembro ng Onyx ID. So, 2 deaths per Kyrie. Sobrang hirap nito para suyo na dapat ikaw yung lamang na early pero ikaw pa yung nagaganto.
Yeah. Tinatay naman nila the very least pero iron hook na naman. May combo pa dito na lantern flare pero Sutsujin at the backline para hindi makalapit si Sans. Good control actually. Oo nga naman no. Kung gusto mong palayuin si Sans, mag-dash in ka lang. Ambahan mo.
So, ganda sana ng parang drop ng Onyx kasi kung titingnan mo, di ba, 3 yung pang early nila.
Yes.
Tapos may 2 pang late game pero mukhang pinipindutan ata. And patay na naman si Kyrie. Kyrie, 1-3 na si Kyrie, guys.
Si Toy din dito, napapushback si Savero kaso surprise, may Crimson Beacon, ibang members din ng Onyx at nandito na. That is gonna be the ejector jumping in, nagamit na nga ang flicker. Ang daming na-exhaust doon and still, RQ Hoshi, consistent pa din sa pressure iron hook, ingat.
Hindi ko madalas nakikita yung ganito or bihira ko makita nga yung gantong 1-3 si Kyrie. Kasi kadalasan siya yung talagang nagbubuhat sa Onyx ID, di ba?
Hindi, alam kasi ng RQ kung paano i-shutdown si Kyrie eh.
Sabagay, ilang beses na nagtatapat yan eh. Baka ang ano talaga nila, shutdown natin si Kyrie. Yun lang. Yun talaga yung parang yung core nila.
Kyrie lang ng Kyrie.
Diyos na ang bahala sa lahat.
Sabi ni Jerry Cruz, Bantilan, sino po ang nanalo sa first game? Wala pa po. Ito pa lang po ang game 1 ng Onyx ID versus RQ.
Game 1 pa lang.
And, looking at RQ Hoshi, looking good naman yung ano nila. Considering na 2.5k gold lead na kagad sa loob ng 4 minutes. And possible na mag-up pa dahil mukhang nagkaroon ng clash pero 4v4 ata yan. Di ba deado sila dyan? And shadow kill.
Ipapush.
Actually, hindi pa nga kinocommit ni ano yun. Isutsudin yung shadow kill niya.
Oo, hindi pa. Alam niyang kaya lang nung nung shuriken niya.
3-0 kagad si Sutsujin, tol.
Ganyan ang gusto ng isang Hayabusa. Pero
Patay
grabe,
bata si Kiboy.
uy, the-dive yan. May Crimson Beacon agad
Ayun
for
yung shadow
safety. Ogi shadow kill. Wow, amazing quality. It's like my vision pag wala akong salamin.
Tatlo na kaagad yung bagsak dito sa side ng ano.
Plus
Ay,
turret
basag
sa
na
mid.
kaagad yung bit ng Tore ng ano.
Onyx. Tapos si Sans muntik pa mapatay oh.
Ang hirap na yan.
Sa Veo na lato. Goodbye. lima yung nasa lane mo, boy.
Ayun lang.
Dinali sila todo nung ano, badang. Yung badang yung talagang dumali sa kanila dito.
Actually, oo, yung
And sobrang
double kill.
aga nag-snowball nung Hayabusa.
Yeah,
Pag nag-snowball pa naman yung Hayabusa, isa yan sa mga hero na hirap ng katapan.
actually.
Sabi dito ni MB Menjola, lakas ng RQ ngayon. Lakas talaga yung
Honestly.
RQ guys, kahit sa MPL ID sobrang leading
Top 1 sila.
Oo.
Sila yung Aurora ngayon ng MPL
MPLI.
PH.
Yup.
Yung pala ang counterpart ng Aurora. Sa
Late
ibang
game
lane.
para sa Onyx ID meron pa rin naman, which is yung Carry and Cecilion. Kaso ang tanong, aabot ba tayo sa late game kung gano'n na yung performance ng RQ? Kyrie mapapa-out na naman. Wala na namang buff dito si Kyrie and Sutsujin.
Sans.
Tuloy-tuloy lang talaga.
O nag-Ogi shadow kill na pa kay Sans.
Hirap nito pre, si Ryota.
Hindi, tsaka sama-sama din kasi yung RQ Oshi. Sobrang layo ni sa Bero.
May Feather of Heaven na din agad si Toy.
Bilis. Babasag na rin sa Bero. Hanap ng ibang way para makapag-farm.
Dan na lang sa macro, pero kung micro tsaka snowball, things are definitely looking good sa RRQ. Plus yung mga yung trust issues ni Idok, yung mga iron hook niya randomly sa mga bush, nakakaba din yun eh. Tapos si Toy, untouchable pa naman siya, naka-impure rage, pero may 5 assist na.
Yeah. Ang mahirap nito sa side ng Onyx ID, sa ganitong senaryo, gusto mo patagalin yung laban.
Yup.
Kaso wala na nga silang Torre sa gitna, wala na rin yung mga outer turret nila, even yung pangalawang Torre sa gitna. So yung space na mapapag-farman dito sana ni Sans, ni Sabero, bawas na. Baka sila pa yung madali ng time. 7 minutes, 7k yung gold lead. Ano yung, per minute, 1k yung ng 1k yung nadadagdag.
Hindi, kasi hindi rin makapag-farm actually si Kyrie. Even sa Vero.
Ganyan na punish eh.
Tingnan mo, lahat lamang oh. 1K. Malaking bagay to ah. Si Badang lamang kay Ryota. Hindi makatauhan to, hindi
Feeling ko
makatarungan.
ata dapat binan out na lang nila tong
Badang.
Badang ni Dairon. Ilang beses na nila nakakatapat mo. Alam naman nila yung mga hero na ganyan. Sabi ni Mark Deldacan, late game choker din yung RQ. Kaso ang hirap ma-choke sa gantong point guys. 7 minutes pa lang 8k na yung gold lead mo. Kahit siguro ma-choke ka dito ng isang beses, A4, B5, 3B5.
Medyo bearable pa.
Kaya pa rin labanan ng Onyx dito.
Unless consistent choke ka na 2 or 3 clashes, wala silang magawa.
Siguro 4. Sabihin natin 4 clashes.
Sabihin natin mamatay si Idok, mamatay si Dairen, as long buhay si Toy tsaka si Sutsujin, 83B5 nila yung Onyx ID. Ganun ka lamang guys. Si Sutsujin nga kaya i-1B3 tong Onyx ID.
10k gold lead ba?
9. Going to 10.
Uy, tingnan mo. Ganun ang ginagawa pag sesetan ni Kiboy. Sumusuntok lang si...
Ay! Bang! Ejector.
Ay, no, laki shutdown nun. 5-0 si Sutsujin.
Sayang napunta kay Johed. Maganda sana kung makuha ni Kyrie,
2k gold din sana yun para kay Kiboy. Yung mo,
Babasa ilan?
7. Bali, 2k, yun nawala. Pero ito yung sinasabi natin guys na sobrang lamang ng Onyx ID na kahit sabihin natin 4v5 yan, kaya nila sa Clash. At ng buhay si Toy.
Ang ganda din ng Crimson Beacon ni... Uy, sakit. Teka lang.
Oops, si Ryota, 1v1. Actually, napatay pa ni Ryota.
Kinaya niya.
Pero 1-to-1 trade lang yun. 4v5 yun guys.
Buhay pa
Actually,
yung
magiging
Harith.
2-to-1 trade pa.
Hello. Buy time na lang.
Abulin ka ni Direct.
Bang.
Uy!
Di pa namatay.
Gapiso yan
Bang.
Saba.
Sige na, boss.
Kaso may Lord
Sige na, boss.
Yun lang, wala si Ryota sa Lord Teamfight. Sa sa RQ.
Bigay na, bigay.
Yun lang, na lumamang pa doon yung RQ Hoshi. Supposedly kasi kapag after nung napatay ni Ryota sino yun? Sino yung pangalan ng nila?
Rins.
Si Rins. Wala na, outers na dapat siya kasi hindi nga rin pala siya makapag-out,
Hindi,
no?
parang feeling ko, dapat nung namatay si Rins, nagpakamatay na rin si Ryota para sabay yung nila.
Ay, oo.
Yung death timer nila. Para sa Lord, sana 5v5 pa din sila. Kasi kahit ano namang daan doon ni Ryota, deads na talaga siya. Parang feeling ko pinatagal lang talaga ni Dairen eh. Inintay lang na mabuhay si Rins bago tinapos yung buhay ni Ryota.
Okay din yung yung Shushin ni Rins dito.
317. Diba yung sabi natin na kahit sabihin natin 4v5, 3v5 kayo,
Palag.
lamang na lamang yung Arceyoshi sa item, hindi kakayanin ng Onyx.
Palag.
Level 15 si Sutsujin, level 12 si Kairi.
Si Toy, tapos 12 si Kairi.
1-3 si Kairi.
Ayun nga, hindi din siya nakapag-farm, gaya nga ng sabi ni Tokwa dito.
Diyan na rin yung Lord, ah. So, aray.
Automatic.
Aray!
Sumabog si Sans, wala ng Sanguine Gloss.
Deleted
Parang
agad.
ano nga
GG
lang
to,
yun eh.
GG to.
Quad Shadow lang yun, tapos ano lang,
First kill
Phantom
lang.
Shuriken lang, patay na. Nag-proc ata yung Sky Piercer ni Sutsujin.
Respect pa din, nawawala yung Lord. Pero may wave na
Ubos,
dadating
ubos
sa
yung Torre
gitna, matagal pa bago mawala si
Wala
Sans.
silang pan-defend. Namatay si Sans eh. Si Sans sana yung pinaka magde-defend sa kanila.
Tapos yung Torre. Ay, tapos.
Ang ganda pa nung ultimate ni
Grabe si
ni Dairen.
Ban out yun na siguro yung badang pag ganyan.
Oo, naka-double kill si Toy dito. Naka-triple
Triple
kill
kill
pala
niya pa ata.
actually. Unstoppable.
Grabe.
Bugbog guys ang
Grabe
Oni
yung
Kai.
Game 1. Game 1 going over to RRQ. Mukhang kailangan talaga munang tanggalin ang badang dito. But another thing I want to highlight is ang ganda nung Hayabusa ni Sutsujin. I think that's textbook ninja. Ayun yung ninja way ng
The ninja
RRQ.
way.
Siyempre. No win, no Hokage yung yung kanilang
No win, no
motto.
Hokage.
But good try for Onyx ID.
Ano sa iba?
Maganda.
Sana hindi na maganda.
Ayun lang.
Ay, sada ako eh. Pero plus 1 lang daw ay.
Saan ka ba dito? Dito ba?
Oni Kai din.
Onyx ID
Onyx ID
siya.
ka ba?
Oo, plus 1 lang naman siya.
Kaso kung ganyan, na 318, kakayanin ba ng game to ng Oni Kai yan? Parang hindi ba masyadong malabo, mahirap. 13k gold lead para sa RQ sa loob ng 10 minutes. 10 minutes!
10 minutes.
Yung
Bilis.
Onyx laban nga nila, tinatalo nila yung ibang team 11 eh. Tapos ito, 10 minutes lang.
Galit na galit talaga
Kabugbog
pag
naman.
mga pag dalawang Indo ang nagtapat.
Tsaka, pero kung titingnan mo yung draft, parang pantay
Dito,
din eh.
Technically
Sa
pantay.
badang sila nahirapan kasi
Naka-double kill din ng early
nung
game.
na-early kagad sila, sakto sila dun sa suntok ng badang.
Yun lang.
Feeling ko dapat Zinon na lang ni ano yun.
Actually, tsaka yung
Kiboy.
tsaka yung huling laban, yung habang wala si Sans, tatlo yung nahuli ni Dairen dun yung sinuntok niya. Crazy.
Banyo na yung badang, guys.
Tama. But that was a cool way to open ng ating series number 2 sa bagong stream. Again, RRQ po ang nanalo ng game number 1. We're gonna hop into a very short break. Manood muna kayo ng ating main live stream. We will see you guys sa pick and ban phase ng game number 2. Bye-bye!
Our cheesiest idol ever.
Different here in some of the picks, but inevitably it comes down to that first 3 template that we did see coming in from Onyx. I think Adi is going to have to relook at the books.
Yeah, no, the fact that we've seen it how many times, Miracle, prior? 3 or 4 times already? Might have been a reason why Arkeyoshi was so ready to give it away. It's just, we've seen this. We've watched the VOD 33 times. Dyron, you do the thing.
Dyron on the Badang, and I think this is the reason. I'm not sure entirely, but again, for the Phobius pick of Onyx, it really feels like for Phobius, you gotta win your lane, you gotta be ahead. If you're not ahead, you can't really impact that game too much, especially if you're behind. You're behind, you start jumping, you die, right? And Ryota couldn't really have a significant impact in the game because all the way from the start, they lost the first turtle. With this template draft that they've gone for with the 3 first picks, they would always win out early. That's how the Phobias would get going. That's how Severo would be able to get his iron power spikes at the right time.
I think this is why the Badang was such like an incredible pick here, because again, it's kind of like a non-factor. It's like, oh yes, you could win the lane if I interact with you, and Badang is like, nah, you get too close, stay back. Stay back, sir.
He can say that to 3 different people at the same time.
He can say that to the Jawhead, something we have. Yeah, the Jawhead really, I mean, controlling a lot of fights has been the big reason as to why we're seeing Jawhead back. Badang says no.
Yes. And I think, just in case you guys don't know in the interaction, he does get CC immunity when he is popping that ultimate, just going, oh, no, 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 no. And the best part, even if he's not the target, if he's close enough to the unstoppable force target,
blocks it.
He blocks the ejector after because he gets launched in the different direction as long as he holds it up. So just small things coming from RRQ is showing why they had so much polish in this game, and the execution was clean and crisp, which gives Onyx basically nothing to work on for game number 2 other than we got to change the draft. We have to start pushing their limits. I think, if anything, Onyx need a more simplified approach to what they want to do in the game.
You know what? A part of this makes me consider, what if Onyx suddenly just change up their draft completely? Like, they don't even go for the Suyo anymore. Like, they try to play for a Fanny. It's very possible. What if they try for a different gold lane trade, or they really invest in it? Because maybe they might see this as a, Savera ended up with a carry, and we didn't even find the Hylos block. So we can go for that. Give him the Granger, give him the Harith.
I suppose it's stuff like, let's say we switch the carry out for like either the Granger, or maybe if luckily enough, you know, in the first phase, get a Moskov early on, just to try and contest for that bot side priority, but still somewhat be able to rotate early into the fights. Would that have made a difference? Because we saw, right? Oh, you carry, you lost priority, Kyrie ends up dying when Edot wants to go for the invade.
Or maybe even attack Sutsujin. Maybe because the Sutsujin was just way too free.
It's way easier said than done though, right? Because they just got beat up in the first turtle. And I think, you brought up a good point. The Moskov pick in the first phase will be great.
All right. With that being said, adaptations is going to be on the forefront of their minds. These teams are going to need a short break, and so are we. As we all go on to the short break, don't be scared. We will be back. The Royal Derby will continue. RRQ currently at match point here at Mobile Masters.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Royal Derby continues. The match point is here for RRQ in a devastating game number 1 against Onyx Esports. As they hold that match point, Onyx is looking to adapt in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. My name is Gideon Q, and once again, we're bringing in the render distance for both Leo as well as Mirko. They're going to be your casters here, and again, the discussion is really, really tough. There's a lot of good things going on for RRQ, and it's pretty difficult spot for Onyx because they're left with basically nothing other than maybe you could change the draft for game number 1.
Yeah, I think we were talking about the Moscow pick coming in. I think that's good, really. Getting the marksman in the first phase for Severo, having someone able to impact the side lane is going to be good up against this kind of composition who wants to team fight, who wants to group up together.
But the Moscow will not save him from the Franco specialist. The third, fourth coming of this designated role. Yeah, I lost track. But yeah, following in the footsteps of Vin, of Naomi, is Idok, who has played, according to the record, Franco twice and won as well.
He's killer. He's a killer. He's an absolute monster, right? Hide your kids, you might snatch him up. It's dangerous with his iron hooks. We've seen the devastation he can cause, but more importantly so, the information he's allowed to get from this hero alone, with RRQ working as a complete unit, using an entire city's worth of resources to put somebody behind. I think that at this point, it's scary to think that Onyx might even consider going to the red side.
You know what, Gideon? Mirko said something that I really love. Obviously, it was absolutely genius the way you said. His Franco plays like a Selena. Like by throwing a single hook, you zone that part of the fight, and it changes the way a team like Onyx approach the formation, approach the whole engagement. And we saw that in game 1. So I might even say, is it crazy that Onyx maybe bans out the Franco? Because, oh look, wait, hold up. RQ chooses red?
It's Onyx that chose blue, I believe.
It's loser's pick.
Yeah.
It's loser's pick.
Oh.
Fun fact for you guys. Onyx have a 0% win rate on red side of MPL ID to this day. They've only gotten game wins
on blue. So either way, they can end up with a Franco.
It's a big yikers. It's a big yikers. I mean, they can't end up with the Franco unless Onyx have decided, you know what, I'm sick of this, but that opens up the draft even more. And I think maybe even to RRQ Hoshi's favor in this case. The real question for me is whether or not like the Kalia ban is going to come out, or whether or not it's just going to be waiting. Oh, Jushin for the side of Onyx. Do they want to make sure that at least Ryota can participate in these fights and not think too hard about like, once you're in, you're in. You can at least fight it out and buy enough time for the rest of the team to catch up?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I think that's I mean, if they want to go for Phobias again, right? Granted, if they go for the Kalea, Suyo was the final ban. So leaving out the Kalea, banning out the Suyo, Kalea gets picked up. We did see Kalea, Keyboy play the Kalea, I think yesterday, right? It was also a win for them. So something that Keyboy should be pretty comfortable on. But again, it's the same picks for RRQ. But I think now, even better, they don't have to deal with the Suyo. So did the composition work because of the Juicin though?
I feel like the composition forces Onyx to not make mistakes. And I think once the snowball is achieved, then you've kind of concrete what you have already wanted to do. Now, Onyx go into the next 2 picks. Oh, they go for the Moskov, but they also go for the Hanzo. Is the Hanzo the answer where it's like, I don't need the dry head to speed me up. I'm a power farm myself.
Yeah, I feel like it's Kyrie who gets compromised this time around instead of Severo because of the early prioritization of the Moskov. Now RRQ, they're playing with the same tempo. Maybe to double down, yes, partially the Zushin did make that snowball worse, made it go faster, but I think they could replace that with just pure damage. I think they overloaded on CC if anything.
They did. They're still trying to plan for that, right? The Badam pick comes in. Again, a great flex pick. They can still utilize that in the second phase. But for Onyx, it's already completely different. Again, now with the Kalea technically is still kind of pick-offy, but with the Moskov, now you have a way to split up. Now you have a solid plan B, where in game 1, there was really no solid plan B. Plan B was, again, gamble and fight it again, maybe win out the 50-50 and then come back.
Yeah, I got to coin flip it every once in a while. Now we go into the second phase, and I'm curious to see the bans coming up from RRQ, because hopefully this is an indicator. We do see the glue. So RRQ, they could still look for that like skirmishy style that they did in game number 1, or it could just be, all right, sure. We can't go into your jungle because, again, this Hanzo into the Hayabusa, it's going to be a non-factor once he hits level 4. So maybe we look at Ryota.
I'd say they look at Ryota once, and then they attack mid as well. Because RRQ is first on the flip. when we go to picks. Red 4, they can just take out a mid laner here and then make even Sans think twice.
Let's see, the Pharmacist gets banned out. I suppose. They don't want any saving grace. They don't want like safety parachutes for arms.
Hi everyone! Welcome back sa ating watch party. I repeat, watch party lang po to ng Just ML for ESL Masters. This is Onyx ID versus RRQ Hoshi. Panalo po ng game number 1 ng RRQ Hoshi. Pero panel, para sa akin, well-rounded na ang draft ng Onyx ID. Pero sa inyo ba?
Hindi ko lang siguro ano yung drop uli na... Hindi, yung banning siguro. Kasi Badang nabigay na naman kay Dyren. And isa ito sa mga hero na nagpahirap sa Onyx ID kanina. Ito yung nagpa-snowball sa Onyx ID. Kung hindi naman sila nasa-set up ng Badang, hindi naman magtutuloy-tuloy yung lead ng RQ Hoshi kanina. Pero Hanzo, hindi ko pa kasi ano yung Hanzo talaga ngayon. Parang ano
Okay siya actually.
50-50 siya eh.
Mas okay siya for me compared sa Suyo kanina. Kasi ang mas okay yan kay Kyrie. I mean, hindi kailangan
siya safe.
Hindi kailangan mag-front ni Kyrie. And at the same time, magiging -1 lagi yung laban nila sa Clash.
Okay. Pero Sutsujin, Hayabusa uli yung gagamitin. Sobrang ganda kasi ng performance niya with Hayabusa kanina. Iba siya sa mga Hayabusa na ano ko eh. Kasi yung Hayabusa ng iba, pagka-quad shadow, kinapitan, shadow kill agad.
Meow, 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 meow.
Ba't tapos na ba? Tapos na ba?
Binigay ng Onyx.
Last pick nila yung Joy.
Last pick ng Joy.
Hindi, kuha na lang tayo guys
Last
ng
ban,
pang Vision. Yib siguro, o kaya Parsa. Kasi kawawa tayong Parsa sa Hayabusa.
Parsa. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Kaya, wait, teka, kaya kong pagaanin yung nakaramdaman nyo. Kayo pa yung Tigreal. Nung na-pick na yung Tigreal, medyo nagbago yung isip ko. Pero, if anything, trust na lang tayo siguro sa execution ng Onyx ID. We did have a questionable draft ng Onyx ID kahapon against Falcons na Game 3, pero nanalo sila. This time around, I'm not too sure kasi Harit, Luayi, tsaka Badang ang binigay sa RRQ and momentum is on RRQ side. Sa viewers natin dyan, let us know, 2-0 bar, kayang i-1-1 to ng Onyx ID. And balita lang from Tokwa, Aurora Turkey versus A7, naka 1 game na ang Aurora.
Same goes with Falcons PH, guys.
Ayun, okay. Falcons PH, panalo pala game 1.
Ano yan ni Idwook?
Best pick niya yan.
Ay, we? Di
Binan nyo yung Joey na open yung Tigreal. Guys,
so how's the weather?
Ilang araw na akong sleepless. Ang daming iniisip.
Minumulto na din si Brookie.
Minumulto na ako ng ilang araw.
Tama.
Hindi, mas mabilis mag-farm to si
sa Teamfight kasi, di ba kanina sabihin natin, Teamfight sila dinali. Eh, Kiboy, ikaw na naman!
Be, flicker yan.
May flicker pa naman sa early game.
Ikaw naman,
Wala ng flicker. Kiboy.
2 minutes na walang flicker.
Guys, naiyak na ako, guys.
Guys, motivate nyo naman si Brokey.
Guys, motivate nyo nga yung Onyx ID. Isa lang.
Let's go, Onyx! Ano bang ano nila? Parang cheer nila.
Ang hinahanap ko.
Go. It's Onyx time, di ba?
It's Onyx time. Hindi, alam ko sila yung yung clap lang, tapos papabilis, biglang magkaano. Yung ganon. Oo, nung M6 kasi.
Onyx, yung Onyx?
Onyx.
Ano?
Parang clap, tapos ganon, tapos biglang mabilis na. Yun lang. Or sa, alam ko yun
si Kyrie,
Aw.
Sacred Tower.
Aw! Araw ko po.
Diba, hindi kagad nagko-commit na shadow kill si
Grabe yung trigger discipline. Tansyado ni Sutsujin yung no?
Kung iba kasi yun na nakapitan na ng shadow.
Palag yun.
Doon kasi sa ads kanina, nakita mo naman, yan yung pinapractice niya sa computer eh. Sutsujin versus computer. Ang lupit niya mag-Hayabusa doon, men. Nakasabage siya agad. Uy, wala!
Ano ba?
Nakagaw pa ni Idok.
Feeling ko masama ang gising ni Kyrie.
Go panel, kaya nyo yan.
Walang comfort ni to.
Ang pangalan ng jowa niya?
Size.
Paano yung
Size.
pronunciation?
Size.
Size. Pag taga-Amerika, Siza.
Siza.
Shoutout sa'yo, Jerwin Kagapi ah.
Pero mukhang unang nakakuha ng posisyon ng Onyx ID sa Turtle dito.
Hindi, wala.
Ganyan din kanina.
Matatanggal,
Ganyan din kanina. Tapos ngayon, hindi lang yung mga suntok ni Dairen. Even yung implosion, kailangan yung iwasan.
Oo nga, ang daming kailangan sa... At the very least, I think safe si Kyrie, kaso paano si San?
Pinadala sa likod. Huli na naman kayo!
Ay, pero nagamali si Dairen. Nagamali si Dairen.
Hala, dalawa yung ano.
Implo, hindi pa
Wala
tumama.
nang galawan
Nahigop
kay
si
Dairen.
Sans.
Ay, hindi, kaya.
Wait lang. Hindi nag-SOD?
Nag-SOD pero di tumama.
Kaya napunta yung turtle.
Sa RQ.
Ano ba yun?
Well, at least na-minimize ng Onyx ID yung possible na na damage. -1 lang, tapos yung first turtle na bigay nila. 120 FPS agad.
Kasi nagdidikit sila doon. Hindi ba dapat tinapangan na lang ata ni Kibo yun para hindi nakapwesto ng ganun si Idok? Nagdikit si Sans tsaka si Kibo Sa lead.
Buy a man, eat fish. He day, teach fishman to a lifetime.
Motivational quote na sinend ko yun sa GC natin, guys. Sakto pala. Na-inspire ka ba?
Leading na naman dito yung RQ Hoshi. 1K gold lead na naman. Ito na naman ba yun?
Hindi. Compared kanina kasi, sunod-sunod yung kills ng RQ Hoshi. Pero ngayon, may parang may breather na yung Onyx.
Leading na naman sila. Hindi ba mahirap yan, boss?
Mahirap, pero feeling ko naman, kaya.
Dapat parang skip ko na lang ito. Naka+1 pa ako.
Kalmahan mo lang. Ikaw naman, oh.
Wala, boss. Nawawala na kasi talaga ako ng kumpiyansa sa ganti. Pero grabe yung parang ang bilis ng ang bilis ng decision making ng RQ Yoshi. Na ang pinadala kagad dun sa likod, si Dairen. Kahit siya lang mag-isa. Susubok mag-steal si Kyrie, retry. Sutsujin pa rin naman yung makakakuha.
Pina-retry lang. Kaso nag-retry din si Kyrie.
Di ba pwede ka pa naman mag-retry nun kahit naka-shadow form ka?
Oh, pwede. Ay! Ow! Okay lang. Buhay sila. Buhay pa. Patay din si Rins.
Wala nang galawan yung buhay pa?
Ha? Uy, go
Buhay
na!
pa? Hindi tumama yung dalawang bagsak ng Feather Airstrike niya, no? Sans? Masama ang gising ng Onyx ID. Tamang Onyx naman kasi kayo. RRQ na yan, leading yan sa Indonesia.
Pero feeling ko for Onyx, ang kailangan lang talaga nila gawin, iwasan yung mga
mga setup ni Idok tsaka ni Dairen.
Pero ano to?
Kailangan nila iwasan.
Pero mas maganda na yung high ground defense ng Onyx ngayon.
May parsa sila.
May farsa sila.
Kaso ito na naman ata, sino yung target at Idok. Pinabawasan lang para hindi makapag-set up kagad, pero Glorious Pathway gagamitin din naman. Low health si Dairen, even si Idok, so yung mga frontliners dito ng RQ ay medyo dehado.
Saan sila PvP?
Teka,
sa kabila.
Sa likod, inahabol si Kyrie. Ops!
Ay, ganda!
Grabe naman yung buhat ni Kiboy. Pero sa likod si Dairen may hinuhuli din. That will be Kyrie. Kakayanin ba mag-survive?
Kaya.
Boy si Kyrie.
Pwede pa magbulto si Kyrie, ha?
Patay si Sans. Nina RKO.
Nice one. Patay si Rins.
Idok, pwede pa. Implosion!
Ay, okay lang.
Tusukin mo, Ryota!
Ay! Patay pa rin. Nice one.
Guys, walang kakaba-kaba. Ba't kasi kayo kinakabahan Onyx na yan? Andiyan si Ryota tsaka si Kyrie. Kaya pa guys. 800 gold lead para sa Onyx ID. Although hindi nila nakuha yung turtle, nakakuha sila ng 3 kill at the same time. Nakabawas ng Torre si Sabero. Actually halos 5v4 kasi yun. Pala yun, no? Wala si doon. Sabero. Pero si Sabero, yung mga SOD niya palaging nagmi-miss out
Oo nga Hindi kasi feeling ko parang nasasabihan din ito na nag-SOD.
Pwede. Nakakatakot pa rin talaga na may Louis sa kalaban niya. Yung mga diversion na gano'n. Binibigla talaga kayo. Hirap yung mga ganong biglaan, guys.
Hirap talaga. Alam mo yung mga ganong biglaan na mabibigla ka
Bigla kang babalitaan. Uy, ano ka na pala?
Uy, pwede ka ba makausap?
Tatay ka na pala. Yung mga ganong
Aray, nakakatakot nga yun, boss.
Yung mga ganong bigla.
Yun yung mga balita nga yung
marinig
makibalita. Pero teka lang guys
First tower, RQ pa yung makakabasag. Kailangan siguro ano pa rin, iwasan ng Onyx ID yung mga bushes na pwedeng may nagtatagong badang at tigril. Still scary para sa ano nila.
Usually naman kasi ang gagawin lang ng RQOC dito is ipok ng ipok si Sans, tapos
Poke lang.
ha? Ay, akala ko may utos ka.
Ay, binuhat!
Ay!
Hindi tumama yung ano ni
Okay
Kyrie.
lang, okay lang. Patay pa rin. Kagatin mo, baby.
Kaso tumatagal.
Okay lang.
4v5. Turtle is up.
TTP.
So yun na.
Kasi sila TTP. Ay, Kyrie.
Alam
Ni Kai.
Kahit alam mo, ginulat ka ni Idok. Grabe naman guys yung ano. Pero teka,
Grabe yung
kulong
vision.
ata sila dito. Kaso 3v4.
Ala, bakit si Idok na lang?
Hindi nag-success eh.
Bigla kang sumakses eh.
Grabe yung diversion ni Rins dun Nakita nila agad.
Ginulat eh.
Ay, kaso nakaka-farm si Sabero, boss.
Hindi, aware yung Onyx ID na magda-diversion. Di ba nga si Kyrie lumayo siya, lumapit siya sa toro. Pero wala itinapangan ng RQ na right under the tower, G natin, go natin. Siguro ang kailangan gawin ng Onyx, continue lang yung ginagawa nila kanina. Prayo, si Idok, si Dairen. Bawasan ng bawasan para matakot mag-frontline.
Yun nga eh. Pero, guys ang isipin na lang natin dito for
Isa lang, Onyx
Onyx.
ID, yun lang
Isa
naman.
lang.
Isa lang.
Onyx.
Guys, minsan lang kami humiling.
Kahit bigay nyo na sa RQ.
Another diversion na naman. Kailangan ng info ng Onyx ID. Kahit sino mahuli sa kanila, pwede nang bigyan.
Uy.
Sige boy, ata yung possible mag-face check pero nakita na, nandun na sa taas. Naka-ready na.
Spotted.
1 minute para sa Lord. Yung lead dawak na ng RQ Hoshi. Lugi sila sa aurahan.
Sa aurahan talaga, boss. Sa pindutan, feeling ko kaya eh. Pero kung aurahan, lupit mang aura ng RQ.
Aurora?
Bad boy talaga si yung RRQ pag sa mga gantong laban.
Aurahan as a team tong RQ. Parang literal na one team, one mind tong RQ. Ito kasing Onyx ID guys, medyo bago-bago pa lang naman yung nila eh.
In roster nila, no?
Sabero and Ryota. 30 seconds. Kakayanin ba mag-contest na ito ng Onyx ID sa gantong senaryo? Another diversion na naman. Ikaw ba yung nakita, Sans? 4v5 na kagad. May Lord pa kamo na 15 seconds. Ryota pwede pang sumunod. Wala nang glorious
talaga
pathway.
yan. Si
Naku po,
Kiboy
dumamay ka pa kay Boy!
pa.
Ang ginawa ni Kiboy doon?
Hindi ko rin alam. Saan po pupunta? Ba't nahihiya ang puso ko?
Gusto ko mag-MW kanina sa arcade at pala ginawa ko.
Parang tumayo lang si doon?
Feeling ko,
Kiboy?
alam mo yung instinct na pag nakita mo yung teammate mo, gusto mo siyang tulungan, tas doon din ata na na damay civilian lang si Kiboy doon.
Siguro pag ganun ginagawa, wag na magsama-sama yung Onyx ID eh.
Alay, isa na lang.
Tao hindi. Lagyan na lang ng tao yung bush. Yun yung usually ginagawa ng ibang team eh. Maglagay tayo ng tao dito sa bush na to, lagay tayo ng isa. May kita naman nila yun.
Nanakawan ng buff si Kaya.
Grabe yung mga diversion guys ni ni Rins.
Binigay kasi kay Rins yung Louie. Isa rin yan si Rins sa Louie.
Nakakatakot siya magluwoy, no? Parang Sanji.
Parang feeling ko binigay na lang nila yung paramis.
Paramis.
Natakot sila mag-paramis. Kasi binan nila yung paramis eh, kaysa dito sa Louie.
Mas natakot sila sa Paramis, no? Mas madali burst yun eh.
Tsaka hindi siya mas nakakatakot.
Mas may presence din yung yung
Ay,
luwoy.
hindi napansin ni Sans yun. Nasa bush na siya.
Kaya nga eh.
Nasa bush na pala siya noon.
Misfortunate lang. Feeling ko na siya.
Ba't hindi pa siya nag-out?
Feeling ko nag-i-scout siya ng na ibang place sa mapa.
Hindi siya doon nakapokus sa map niya.
Uy!
Saya ng RRQ ah.
4K na yung lead ng RQ Same team kills, different gold lead.
Oo nga.
Tapos na yung torre ng Onyx ID, outer towers, wala na.
Pero lawang yung dito yung Kalea sa mga ganito.
pag mga when push comes to shove na moment or mga clutch moment.
Siguro kailangan lang din iwasan na Onic ID yung biglaang implosion. Kasi feeling ko kahit nasa loob ng tore, kung may chance na dikit-dikit sila, i-implosion sila ni Idong. May pang follow up kagad sila, which is Direct.
Yun nga, ang dami nilang problema, no? Implosion, Sacred Hammer. Ayan, patay.
Tatagal si ano
Ay, mali pa yung talo ni Kiboy.
Bumamay ka pa, Kiboy.
Hindi kaya ng damage ni Kyrie.
Ay, sa likod!
Buhatin mo!
Drag it! Drag it!
Hindi, si Sutsujin ako
Ay, nagkamali!
Wala rin naman silang follow up din.
Sakit to eh.
Ubus kayo?
Ogi Shadow
Hindi,
kill.
hindi.
Pinagpasapasahan mo ni Sutsujin.
Wala nang magawa yung Hanzo, nababurst ka agad.
Ang ganda nung protect nung RRQ tsaka yung back and forth nila, no?
Wala na shadow kill. Kaso basag pa rin yung tore nila. Top diversion out lang. Grabe yung macro guys ng RRQ Hoshi.
Iba sila ngayon, no?
Minamakro sila nung
May gustong patunayan.
Hindi ko ba nakita magtapat yung RQ Hoshi tsaka Onic Philippines?
Yun din iniisip ko eh.
Diba?
Na-imagine ko, number 1, walang Luwayi. But, I feel like, Onic PH pa din.
Hindi sila nagtapat, no?
Hindi pa.
Kahit even in M6.
Hindi din.
Hindi sila nagtapat.
Oo nga, baka ito na yon sa ESL, pwede magtapat sila.
Kasi hindi sila magkaan. Sa bagay, di ba? Pero, no? Never pa nagtapat tong teams na to eh.
Buo na naman ni Kyrie yung Trinity niya. Even si Savero for item na pala tong Moskov na to. Kaso nahihirapan talaga sila dun sa, sa bilis ng galaw ni Sutsujin.
Nagpapakunat lang si
Teka lang.
Palak item na si Toy.
Ba't di ko alam? Pwede bang wag na lang?
Sobrang push ng lane ng
Wag mo nang itanong sa akin.
Dali na naman itong dalawan.
Di ko rin naman. Alam na nila na nandun ha! Boss, alam nyo na kung nandasan!
But sobrang naman ng kita na ni Kiboy tsaka ni Ryote eh. Lumabas na sa mapa yung RQ Hoshi, hindi pa sila nag-out?
Nag-reparlay na ata si Tongko. Lord, nakuha na din ng RRQ Hoshi dito. Ang gandang mga ginagawang diversion dito ni Rins. And ang bilis din kasi, pagkalabas ni Natoy, nag-Zaman Force agad, no time to react, no time to even flicker out sina Kiboy doon kanina. Lord marching sa ating mid lane. Second Lord.
Chance for RQ na i-close out na tong laro na to.
Huwag mo sabihin ganun. Sabihin mo, chance for Onic.
Sabero, nagkamali ng dash.
Aray.
Patay na naman si Rio.
Aray. Aw. Teka, pikit ka mata. Ay, hindi, kaya. Grabe si Sabero. Grabe si Sabero.
Tower lock lang.
Ay! Kaya! Teka, ba't ginagano nyo yung camera? Taglit lang, hindi pa tapos eh! Kaya! Hindi pa tapos eh!
Guys, kinakabahan yung panel. Pero 2 hit na lang yung base, nawala kasi agad yung Sutsujin. Pero Onic ID's base gets to live another day. Pero endless battle, nakuha naman ni Sutsujin. Tapos meron na ding immortality si Kiboy.
NW yata to.
Hindi, 10 seconds pa buhay na. Isang tore lang makukuha nila.
Si Dairen nandyan eh. At least mawawala yung mid.
Grabe si Sabero dun, boss, no?
Naka-ultra instinct.
Kaso wala na silang tore. Kaya naman nila, lagi lang namamatay si Ryota tsaka si Kiboy eh.
Divine Glaive nakuha na din ni Sans. At least mas masakit na yung mga combo ni Farsa dito. One mistake from RRQ. At least nakikita natin na may damage na nga indeed ang Onic ID. Mas nagiging smooth na din, I guess, ang kanilang communication dito. Will they be able to make something happen though? Yun ang tanong. Nag-regen na po ang base.
Pagkakuha nitong Lord, pwede nang i-tore na lang ng RQ Hoshi.
Huwag mo nang itanong sa akin.
Diversion
sa baba. Binigla. Savero unang nawala.
Hindi nyo ba nakikita yung mga tipi ng Louie? Ba't tumatayo ba kayo doon?
Hindi, nasa yun? Nasa outside ng mapa yun. Pag ganun.
Hindi, nag-TP sa harap niya eh.
That is the
Di ba may
Ah,
animation
nag-TP.
naman yun na makikita doon?
Oo.
Ang damage nyo.
Aray. Wala na sa bero.
Focus na lang sa
Focus.
Torres si Sutsujin.
Ang ginawa yung sa Bero doon, tumayo sa TP nung RRQ.
Feeling ko ang lakas na talaga manggulat ng RRQ. Kaya even Onyx ID hindi kinaya. We get that 2-0 actually favoring ang isa sa ating 4 representatives
Ang sakit nyo na, Onyx ID.
from Indonesia. Rex Regumkwon, the King of Kings, they get that victory. Draft and maybe execution, things went down pretty well for them. At mukhang makinig muna kayo sa ating main casters from the main live stream at kami ay mag-be right back muna kasi kailangan munang mag-decompress ng aking panelists. We will see you guys sa next series. Again, makinig muna kayo sa ating main live stream.
Ganda pala nung diversion ni Reigns.
Bye-bye!
Nag-diversion
Nangyari?
sa labas ng mapa kaya hindi siya ano.
Kaya hindi abot.
Di ba outside of the map tapos biglang na-force out.
But I think they just needed this frontline commander in Rins. Rins then was playing as a highlight player. Rins, I remember, played a lot of these Kadiras, played a lot of these Eves, but he was playing mainly for himself. Farsas. Now he played as a Zushin. Now he played as a Loyi. And sure, Edok is there to be the brains of the operation, but they needed someone to push everybody forward. And that's what Rins was.
He does so much better on picks that are utility. Picks that, again, want to go in. Someone who wants to be up close and personal.
It's great to see. Cute, the mastermind of it all, and he's got 5 members to be his strong arm to guide the kingdom to victory. Onyx here, man, I have to admit though, there were a couple unlucky moments for Onyx. Like, it's like, oh, I cleared the bush already. Sans, you can walk by. You're dead. You're gone. Bye-bye. Hide your kids, man. It's really tough to say because if anything, yes, the draft was a bit of an issue, but then coming into the game itself, there were moments that Onyx were able to kind of push back.
Actually, I would say more than there being issues in the draft. I think it's a very strong draft by Onyx. It's just RQ played into it so well and used their kits in odd timings that would undo that equality. That would put Onyx in weird positions. Again, you blink, next thing you know, all 3 inhibitors were down. That's literally what we saw.
And I think it's also something that you mentioned in the game, right? It really feels that RRQ have not just drafted better, just a bit, advantage definitely to RRQ, executed better, but it's all due to the planning. It really seemed like they just knew what Onyx were going to do. Their movements on the map, their individual risky takes as well, like their tendencies, their habits were all studied and were all punished by everybody on RRQ.
Which is all the more impressive because they studied them in their form now with Ryota and Sabero. So they took even that into consideration.
I love it. I personally love it a lot because that just goes to show that the level of polish that RRQ Hoshi has is already, you know, prepping them not only to potentially be champions in their own individual MPL, but even for potential M-Series tournaments. So let's keep that in mind as the tournament continues to go on. And honestly, for Onyx, yes, I do agree that RRQ had the advantage here, but at the same time, you could also see when the planning ends, right? Some of these fights that got dragged out even longer, Toy, he doesn't mind it. He fits into the role really nicely because when there's no plan, Toy still has the mechanics to really kind of elevate the team over the top, to make it over the walls.
And to really just make it as icing on top of the cake that was so well built and baked by RRQ. Any lesser gold laner would have thought twice about it. Are you sure, Rins, we should be doing this? Are you sure? Because he's their only core. You consider this, Rins is utility. You consider this, Sutsujin is cleanup. If Toy were to fall suddenly and fail in his mission to engage, then RRQ has to think about the next plan, Plan B. There was never a Plan B for RRQ.
Yeah, there honestly really wasn't. And that's why some of these fights that Onyx won was, okay, the plan was we only planned up to here. Everything that happens after that was either, oh, they made it through, not the cleanest of execution, and now we've got a bit of a problem. We've got to make sure that we get our max value.
The old reliable for Toy. He's just the old reliable, right? I mean, once he gets to his item power spikes, he is able to carry. And we've seen it, again, also against Onyx. He was playing Iritha off against CW's Granger, Sans, and Sicilian. He was the difference maker. So not only is he the old reliable, but he could also be the X factor that guarantees the victory in the last portions of the game.
Oh boy, man, this is a scary kingdom here. Convincing 2-0 victory over Onyx is going to send shockwaves throughout the MLBB esports community, and more so for the international competitors looking to take an M Series trophy for themselves right after they finish off the Mobile Masters. Even so, at least we're looking at some strong competitors here when we start moving towards playoffs. I mean, RRQ definitely on my list.
I want to watch more MPL ID now because of RRQ alone. Can't wait for that break to be over.
Yeah, boy.
They're undefeated in MPL ID. So far, they're undefeated here. They have not taken not even a single game loss just yet.
Not yet, not yet. And I mean, it's great to see. It's great to see everything kind of, well, the big profit, because they've invested so much for such a long time for the side of RRQ. And I mean, the fans are always going to be with them. I know that for a fact because, again, the turnout for RRQ games is always going to be ridiculous. That's the brand they made them for themselves. But this team is something else. It's something else. We'll see whether by the end of the year it's going to be something special, like truly special, to put Indonesia back on that, back on the World Championship map. But until then, this is going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that they've invested so much, but it's also the fact that they've learned so much in the past, from the past, right? I think their time with Arcadia as well, not really trusting him to build what he wanted to build, changing the rosters constantly. They finally understood, all right, you know what? Maybe it is time for us to trust the players, trust the coaching staff, especially this very, very young roster. When they got Edok, Rins, and Dairen, I felt it's finally, if there was a time for them to stick to a roster, this would be it.
And then the courage to say, Skylar, thank you for leading us into this new age. Now it's time for Toy. This roster right here, this undefeated roster, like sometimes you would say, teams got lucky in their brackets and their groups. Now they played through the strongest teams and are still undefeated.
Oh boy. Oh man, Mobile Masters, man. It's great to see having these like pre-international, well, technically internationals before internationals happen, just to get a little bit of a taste of where everybody's power levels are currently at before we get into the M Series itself, and even their own local leagues. With that being said, though, before we get, hopefully the interview is going to be coming on soon, because I am curious to know what exactly, like, if they could mimic KezQ, what would he be sound like? Is he a chill dude? Is he the kind that screams at your face behind the scenes, but in front of you is like, pick this? Do that.
From what I've seen, Mr. Kez of House Cute, he's pretty friendly. He's just, he's a calm dude. I've never seen him, scrim before, but
so he's got that SDL vibe.
He's got that SDL. They were actually teammates back in the day.
Exactly. See, I had a moment in M6 that talked to both of them. They give off the same vibe. That's I guess why these younger squads, these old franchises with younger players take so well to their coaches.
Honestly, it's like the perfect mix, right? Because you have technically these people understand the esports, because they've been in the esports scene for a pretty long time prior to MLBB being the latest and greatest so far, especially with Indonesia. Players who know, or at least who kind of grew up while they were in their young careers, are going to be looking at them and being like, this guy knows what he's going to be talking about. He knows what we have gone through as young players.
Believe Bigatron let him go.
that's loss aversion, like leave it in the past. All right, look forward. You now have Etomax.
Yeah, you're now a Kingdom fan.
Viva RQ.
Right? Like, at least in his DNA, he is a red robot.
How much money would it take for RQ to pay you to get a tattoo of RQ's logo, just like on your chest? Just Viva RQ. Okay, maybe not so cruel. Just the RQ logo.
Just an RQ sentence
on the chest.
Yeah.
RQ.
80,000 USD.
Win the prize pool of
prize
SP.
pool?
Hey,
So
Mr. AP, Mr. AP, you got my number. Make it happen. 80,000.
80,000. Would you actually get a tattoo? Leo, how much would you do to get that tattoo here? And especially, again, it's way worse for you being part of the opposite side of the world.
What do you mean? He's a kingdom, man.
I can be kingdom.
He is Jaya.
So you do it for free?
I could call my tattoo artist now, get it scheduled.
You would do it for free?
I would.
Mr. AP.
Mr. AP. You have our numbers.
Oh boy.
We'll split the 80K.
We'll run 2 tournaments.
We'll run 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
Honestly, if Mr. AP is willing to contact you, we can go RRQ.
and I can switch. You're Q. Oh no, you're Q.
I'm Q.
Then we can switch.
Q.
Keep switching.
We'll just do that. We'll just do that. And then, I don't know, maybe if they like bump it up, we can do the Viva.
We gotta get another person.
And then Giant.
Yeah, 80k, 80k, 80k. Just
Oh, dude.
We're running so many tournaments.
Dude, it's gonna be a rough time. It's gonna be a really, really rough time. Keep in mind, we're waiting on the interview with RRQ. A lot of questions to be asked here. The upcoming game is also gonna be an interesting one because it's gonna be TLID once again against YBG. I think this is gonna be the first time on stream that we're gonna be seeing YBG.
Correct. Yeah.
Their scoreline not looking pretty good.
0
However,
wins.
I do want. Oh man, I want to start talking about their one particular player because again, there is so much respect for him. We'll get into that a little bit
My
later
goat.
because now I've just been given the signal by Zipper. We have the one and only, the mastermind of the kingdom himself, the coach of glory. Give it up for the man who wears the crown. It's Kezcute. Hello, Kezcute.
Hello.
Kezcute, how are you feeling after a convincing 2-0 victory against Onyx Esports?
I don't know. I think our execution is much more better today compared to them. Yeah, I guess.
He's giving me the SDL vibes. He's giving me the SDL vibes. I get it. I get it now, Leo.
He doesn't want to give us much. Coach, Kezcute, congratulations. I am in love with your squad. I am so kingdom right now. Can you share with us how you motivate your players? What do you tell the squad before the match begins so that they're relaxed, like Sutsujin said?
I think it's, no matter what, if you fuck up in the early game, just reset and just smile. I think that's it.
That's why he's my goat.
That's real.
That's real.
That's real.
That's so down to earth.
I don't know, man. Coach Kez, yesterday we just asked Sutsujin about how you were able, or how RQ was able to get these super quick games, right? He said Kezcute is the key. Now, I just want to get your opinion on that statement because it's been really everybody's opinion on RRQ. It's you are the key, you are the mastermind behind this. What is your opinion?
I don't know. I think he's just glazing me and
He's just glazing you, dude. That's cap.
I don't know. I just prepare much more better. I think for this game. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, Kezcute, I'm curious to know. I'm curious to know. We were discussing because we don't know what you're like behind the scenes, especially when it comes down to Scream. So imagine me, Leo, and as well as Merkel. We're your players. We messed up in the game. You know, simulate a situation. How would you give us feedback?
We lost, coach. We're losers.
Okay. So every time we lose, I keep telling them what the worst mistake that they make in the game, and for sure I will give them some preparation what to do if they and don't let they feel demotivated. They need to keep fighting. Don't scare, and yeah, just enjoy the game.
Just enjoy the game.
We're
man.
MPL ready now.
We're MPL ready.
I got it.
Ready.
Clearly. Thank you, Kezcute. Man, I want to see, dude. Kezcute, I wonder what it's like. Are your players? How does he look like angry? That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's too chilled.
Do you
man.
get angry, coach? Do you get angry?
I don't know. I think I'm never angry.
He
I
never
guess.
tilts.
That's the cute.
Maybe you can ask some of our player if I will ever be angry.
Dude, if Sutsujin is blazing this man, nobody can get on his bad side. Kezcute, the whole world is watching you right now. What do you have to say to all the RRQ fans and the new RRQ fans internationally?
So yeah, for all of our fans in the world that watching us today in the ESL, yeah, keep supporting us. You need to keep remember or tell us to keep improving and keep humble. So I hope we can get the champion in this ESL.
Thank you so much, Kezcute. Thank you for the interview. We'll send you on your way. You still have some games to play, of course. And honestly, good luck great games. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Makasih.
Reasonable glaze, by the way. Reasonable glaze. Isn't it not very reasonable to glaze that, man?
Real.
It's
No.
real.
That's why I said cap. Like, you're not getting glazed, coach. You're telling the truth.
Yeah.
I can't
Sutsujin would never lie.
Dude,
Never.
this man never tilts. This man never tilts. What gets under his skin? Well, I gotta know that. It's gotta be something that makes this man tick.
Not losing, I guess, because when we lose, like, remember, we were losing a scrim. He's like, it's okay, guys. Go get motivated.
I think it's just due to his experience, right? He was a player before, and just having that experience, understanding how it feels to be a player, getting coached by someone who is angry at you, who puts pressure on you. Maybe it's just the experience that has molded him to the coach that he is today.
He knows.
Maybe he's a keyboard warrior. We don't know. It's like vocally no, but I will type some major.
He was an ex-player of a certain game.
He know.
That is within the realm of
It is known. It is a strongly worded feedback form. Dear Sutsujin.
It's in the
Check your emails. It's super formal. He writes it down, multiple paragraphs.
I saw the orange buff.
It's in meme format as well.
It's in Shakespearean
Ooh.
English.
I
It's
love you.
classic like that.
I love you, Sutsujin. You know what we're talking about.
That's how they communicate in the
Are you
kingdom.
talking about the ult?
This is long ago. It's 4 or 5 months ago.
M6? Tempest of Blades?
Hey, look. Hey, man. He's grown. The mercenary has grown.
They're
okay?
winning, all right? They're winning.
They're winning and they're doing really, really good, man. I cannot wait to see how high, or at least where the ceiling is for RRQ, when they're going to find that first plateau. I think a lot of teams, when they get into that, that winning strategy, they're kind of like, I can take it chill. It's all good. We're the best in the world, man. And then they realize that there's so much more. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break. Our next game, it's going to be TLID up against the one and only YBG for the very first time on stream. Hey, we'll catch you guys in just a little bit here for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Halo guys, gue Fabian dari tim Liquid Indonesia, role gue jungler. Hari ini gue bakal ngajarin kalian bermain Suyo. Kalau buat emblemnya, gue kalau main Suyo biasanya pakai Trill, kalau nggak Swift ya. Kalau yang 2 sama 3-nya nih sebenarnya bisa killing spree juga, kalau nggak Endurance. Cuma biasanya kalau buat farming mungkin Endurance biar lebih cepet aja sih. Terus kalau yang talent satunya nih bebas sih sebenarnya, bisa Swift, bisa Drill juga. Jadi ya lebih enak Swift sih sebenarnya. Tapi ya udahlah, kita coba Swift aja lah. Ya paling kalau buat level 1 yang gini kita ambil skill 2 ya. Karena biar cepet farmingnya. Terus biasanya kalau gua sendiri start mana buffnya sebenarnya tergantung turtle. Kalau misalnya turtle-nya di bawah ya udah gua start bawah. Kalau turtle start atas, gua di atas. Terus kalau farming, kalau dari gua sendiri sih langsung retry aja sih biar cepet aja. Terus juga main Suyo gini skill 2-nya bisa di hold, bisa di tap juga. Jadi bebas. Habis merah gini ya ke biru aja sih. Kayak farming biasa aja sih. Ya, terus kalau misalnya udah 2 buff gini ya kalian habisin janggal-janggal kecil aja. Terus kalau misalnya ada kutu ini Lito, ambil aja. Terus ada orang ya udah kita kill. Terus kalau masih menit 1 gini mungkin ya farming doang sih. Kalau misalnya ada orang yang buat tiging kayak di XP lane, kalau nggak di gold lane gitu, mungkin ya bisa digas. Cuma tergantung pattern kalian. Kalau misalnya pattern kalian ke atas ya udah ke atas aja gitu. Jadi nggak usah mondar-mandir. Terus juga jangan lupa kalau misalnya ada jungle musuh, kalian coba invite aja sih. Biar lumayan kan XP sama gold. Yang turtle udah mau respon guys. Jadi kita ya stay turtle aja sih. Karena Suyo tuh ibaratnya kayak hero yang lumayan kuat megang objektif ya. Jadi ya buat pegang turtle, pegang hot itu lumayan ada advantage-nya sih. Udah kalau misalnya udah dapet turtle gini, kalian tinggal farming lagi. Terus kalian bisa geng mid, geng atas, geng bawah, bebas. Jadi kesimpulan main Suyo ini menurut gua Ini hero buat di jungler sangat overpower karena dia mempunyai banyak advantage ya, kayak ibaratnya bisa sustain di early game-nya, ada damage gitu-gitu kan. Jadi ya cocok lah dipakai buat solo rank, entah itu party gitu, cocok banget sih. Ya paling dari gue itu aja sih kalau buat pro tips bermain Suyo ya. Kalian jangan lupa buat dukung tim Liquid Indonesia di SPS Mobile Master ini supaya juara guys. Thank you, thank you.
sure you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the type to get the haters to give an applause. I can get an uncle without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. Don't roll with a weak link like a pro chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spills of the saucer. Call me true to author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom explorer like Avatar Korra. Still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury. Working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play dirty too. I'm just so 20, 32. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like room. Froze the rum like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. at it again. I'm a bad man, walking around and tell all your friends. And whoever wanna test me, I am standing my ground. As they come closer, I am focused as I smart with a grin. Yeah, cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow their rules, never bounce to their principles, never choke when I move. Never fold under pressure, never vouching to lose. Yeah, I am on my way. I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. Cause I'm one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building. One of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm around free walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm around free walking, I am one in a million.
We on the way. We came
we showing you the power. Make it loud. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the road, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power.
I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete, and repeat it. Every day, rule that game. I always go 100%. Start to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Play to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion. Got no use for caution. Hope you're ready for a fight.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go! The Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters, our final best of 3 of today. And we've got TLID up against YBG. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host here on the set with our two analyst professionals and casters. It's going to be Eterna and as well as Miracle at the set again. Boys and girls, this is going to be an interesting one. This is the first time we are seeing YBG here on Stream A, and we've had plenty of TLID games, so we know about the Cavalry, but this Chinese team was part of the trifecta of powerhouses. They're not DFIG, they're not KBG. This time around, we have a new representative, and honestly, not a lot of information to go off of this team.
Not a lot. And even in their matches, right, they've only just lost their matches, their games as well. So again, we're still going to have to gauge how strong they are, if it was the jitters in their first 2-3 matches that they lost, or if they've just not adapted to the current meta.
I suppose, but I think the only person who's familiar from this team is going to be Lexi, the gold laner, coming in from YBG. In case you don't know who the lineup is, let's pull it up right now to introduce you YBin Game. It's going to be Fish God, Lucas, Unicorn, Ares, and Lexi. If you recognize Lexi, he was under the banner of KBG during the M6 qualifiers. Man, this guy is apparently he was quite the beast as a gold laner, playing all the standard meta compositions, but at the same time, I want to highlight Fish God because one consistent hero that has been banned in the majority of their games has been the Freya.
Always we've seen it. What was their last matchup again? Bigatron, right? And both the Bigatron games, it was always the Freya ban coming through. So it poses the question, how strong is the Freya? Technically, Freya is not meta or anything, so why warrant a ban like that?
It's incredibly meta in the Chinese server, right? In the Chinese qualifiers as well. Even back to M6, we saw at the M6 World Championships, a lot of teams also ban out the Freya up against the FYG, up against KBG as well. It was the hot commodity that we see from the Chinese teams because they just have been able to abuse the Freya quite a bit in their qualifiers, even to get here.
I think it's really interesting though, because again, it's so different from what the rest of the world and even Southeast Asia likes to bring to the table, and especially at the highest level, competitive level here. But there are some, there's pros and cons, right? Yes, it does need a lot of gold to really like be that one versus all, but at the same time, it's huge lane dominance. Now, let's talk about some IGN origins. B stands for bad ending, an acronym Lexi added to his name during a challenging phase in his career. The Chinese players already have like IGNs with lore, dude. I wasn't expecting that one.
I don't get it. So his name is Lexi, and then he put a bay in front of it. So bad ending Lexi?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. It's like, is it because he went through a bad ending? But you know, technically that's not the end. It's like
The beginning?
Bad beginning, good ending. That's what he wants.
Okay.
Possibly, I don't know.
Reverse psychology.
This is one of those. This is one of those JRPGs that I don't know. Maybe it has to be replayed a couple of times, or if they beat TLID, we might get an interview, and then we can ask more about it.
We just don't have enough skill points on the literate.
You're right. You're
points.
right. That's and honestly, I'm pretty sure we're pronouncing the B wrong.
That's true.
Maybe it's
That's
Be,
true.
Lexi.
Be Lexi.
Due to my ethnicity, I'm not going to say anything about it because
We can ask in the interview.
we will ask in the interview, but that's assuming that they can take down TLID. Because so far, their day has been looking great. They are winning good games. They're catching up in the groups, but at the same time, are they missing something? Because, I mean, we had the interview prior. Both players, Yeheskill as well as, if I remember correctly, Fabian said, yeah, there is a bit of a struggle, and it's mainly because of the patch. So I don't know whether or not this team can go back to that same ultimate peak that we saw them during M6. Speaking of which, here's the lineup for Team Liquid ID. Shout out to the Cavalry here as we introduce to you Aran, Fabian, Yeheskill, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
I think this is where things begin, right, for them. Because, of course, we saw, similarly enough, I think 2 seasons ago when they first debuted with this roster that we're seeing right now, for them to kind of, you know, accentuate themselves with the current patch. And I think Witty has always been on top of the patch as well. So it maybe just needs some time adjusting, and it's looking good so far for them. I mean, again, we talked to Yeheskill earlier on, right? And he said he wasn't as... he's now liking the Jushins now. So... maybe we can talk to them a bit more.
We can, but we're going to specifically talk to Aaron Shiki because Rose and Coleus have something to say with them. Let's jump right over right now.
Sangat excited buat nanti di babak playoff ya. Tapi Ron, di match ini kalian kan juga bakal bertemu dengan salah satu perwakilan dari region China, which is itu YBG. Tadi juga Yeskill udah bilang, kayaknya kita bakal nge-ban Freya-nya. Apa bener Ron? Nggak takut apa katanya mau pakai popol kupa buat lawan Freya?
Karena Freya-nya jago, jadi kita harus ban. Ya, ban Freya.
Okay, so previously just now we actually asked Yehiskill on what their plans is going up against YBG, and he mentioned that they're gonna be banning the Freya, and he said it's because their Freya is good, so we just ban it. Respect the opponents, right?
Yes, of course.
Oke, ada nggak yang mau disampaikan ke sebelah? Nanti siapa tahu Coleus bisa ngomong Mandarin kan di sana?
Thanks so much, Rose, and as well as Coleus. And as you can see, there's going to be so much respect for Freya. What are we missing here? I hope. Just maybe Mr. SDL is going to be like
a bit here and there. I'm always someone that looks out for the underdogs.
Well, maybe they'll also find it like, you know, they'll take it as a joke, right? Like, really? Influence Rage? But that's what we said against Bigatron, and, you know, we paid the price for that, so we'll see.
2-0. At least 2-1, it makes us feel a little bit better. But 2-0, oh man, that kind of drives me insane.
Well, what drives other games insane is using other products, because Snapdragon Elite Gaming is where it's at, bro. It is the best. When winning matters, Snapdragon is what you want.
When it comes down to your phones and all the kind of jazz, you would want to have your Snapdragon chip in it. And, you know, personally, I'm rocking myself a nice little phone, and I do have my Snapdragon chip on it as well. I can't exactly remember what chip this is, what exactly the model it is, and I actually don't know how to exactly find it, so I'm just gonna put it aside and not say any wrong model name. You know what? I'm gonna go Google.
As long as there's a Snapdragon in there, it's probably good, man. But today, while you're looking up the model and all that, Onyx PH and Influence Rage, is there even a possibility? That is the question today, because we've seen Onyx PH take losses, right? It seems like they're no longer as invincible. When it comes to games, at least, there's a chance here that Influence Rage might be able to find something. But if they are trying to do that, they have to clean up their game, man. There were several moments against Bigatron where they were making a bit of a blunder that wasn't punished. Against Onyx PH, I think that's a bit of an optimistic assumption.
It's a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. What's the most recent one? It's flagship. That's the question. But you know what else is flagship though? Onyx PH themselves! As we are looking at Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, and Kelra. The 5 of them has always and always shown dominance in the scene, international scene, Filipino scene. They are the one that you're gonna have to look out for. And I just gotta have to say, I kind of miss King Kong's hair already. I thought that the red hair is gonna stick to it.
I mean, when you guys were asking him, like, what happened? Why is your hair back to its default color? You know, I wasn't on duty. I was like, he's too lazy to maintain the hair, 100%. And that's exactly why, bro. I mean, I think you don't, until you try it yourself, you wouldn't know, but it is so difficult, man. A color like red, it's gonna stain your towels, it's gonna fade out when you go for a swim. It is difficult, but that shows that King Kong has, you know, the discipline, at least for a couple of months while his hair was red. So they're definitely still a powerhouse. And today, against them is Influence Rage with Monster, Jotun, Chan, Paquito, and Fury. They've had great moments. They have a great mindset going into this tournament as well. Let's see how they perform today against, I mean, one of the tournament's favorites, to be honest.
Honestly, when it comes down to Influence Rage, I constantly just look out for Paquito right now because of his general vibe. Yesterday when he came on the interview, boy oh boy, he was completely ecstatic, and I love the vibe that he's bringing in. It's just pure positive energy again, or rather all over. I would love to interview him again. You know, when Influence Rage won 2-0 against Bigatron Alpha, they were all up on their seats. They were absolutely crazy. Can you imagine just how crazy they would be again in the moment that they actually win this game?
Oh man, 100%. I mean, how any team would find it amazing to beat Onyx PH, let alone a team that people are counting out right now. Absolutely one of the dark horses of the tournament so far. But yes, vibe-wise, they seem confident, but they're still cautious of their opposition. That's what I really like about their mindset right here. It's not like they're too cocky. They're assuming that they have what it takes to beat the best of the best, but they're confident that they at least have a good chance at making it a real fight. That's what they said, right? Hey, we want to show people that we can fight, that we've got that dog in us.
Yeah, still confident and still have the respect in them. And honestly, when it comes down to going up against Onyx PH, I think that they need a lot of work in order to get themselves that kill. Because let's be honest, when it comes down to a lot of these teams out there, they are still trying to find a way to, you know, kind of make their way in and find a way to defeat Onyx PH.
If you're gonna find your way when it comes to your career, you can level up your career with DHL and find your job here at esl.gg/EFFI. Make sure you check that out because according to Abstract, 5 years in a row, best best workplace in Singapore?
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Best workplace in Singapore, yeah. But in the meantime, Caster's prediction, we do have 2-0 in favor for Onyx, despite all the things that I say, yeah, I know, blah, blah, blah. But this is where I will say, I want people to prove me wrong. No, prove me wrong. 2-0, 2-1, there we go. 0-2, what? I'm not sure whether that would actually happen. But it would be nice.
0-2, I mean, wow. You're gonna love the gamer pose though, by the way. Every single time the prediction comes up.
You know, the standard esports pose, you know, standard.
Esports pose,
absolute standard. You know, the next media. Oh wait, I think MPLID has already passed the media day. We gotta do something completely different. We gotta do completely different because right now, you know that there was this Arashi verse.
Arashi verse.
Arashi verse.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, with our hair, we are almost there.
You're right. Wow. Even our outfit color is it's quite close as well today. All three of us, you, me, and LaFell. Coincidence? I don't think so, man. So let's get back to
all
this.
The Arashivas.
Let's get back to the match for a little bit though. What do you think's gonna happen right here? Because they went with this Influence Rage went with this brawling style, but Onyx PH are known to just, you know, completely dominate when it comes to those team fights, man. Their understanding on how they want to team fight and what their job descriptions individually are, I think is one of the best in the world, you know, if not the best. So I think that approach is going to be so limited if you're going up against Onyx PH.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? When it comes down to looking at metas, especially if we were to compare the micro play that IDMY has versus versus the macro game that PHSG has, there's a lot of nuances in both of these metas. And technically speaking, if we're looking at micro versus macro, especially if a macro-based team such as Onyx PH is, they will make the game look super easy, and they don't even have to do anything too out of the ordinary in order to beat down a micro team, because it's already in their blood. They know what they want to do without too much communication, without too much chemistry per se. All 5 of them will resonate with one another and just completely do the same thing, and they will think, okay, split push here, split push there, okay, freeze here, freeze there. They don't even need to say anything. They just naturally do it. And against a micro team like Influence Rage, they will have an issue dealing with Onyx PH. When Onyx PH talks about micro, they themselves have to talk about macro, and it's not easy to talk macro.
Exactly, man. I really feel like at this point, even though it's unlikely, it's difficult, Influence Rage, they might just have to really double down on that fighting strategy. And even though Onyx PH is like you mentioned, strong team fighting team, the macro is also impeccable. I mean, the map awareness alone, right, is something that has been heralded again and again as one of the best in the game too. It's hard to catch this team off guard at all through rotations, through flanks. So I feel like that's gonna be a bit more difficult to pull off. So against a team like Onyx PH that doesn't have a clear glaring weakness, I really do feel like the best chance for Influence Rage right here is to just double down on what they do best. Because if they try to fight Onyx PH with what they don't do best, that's a lost cause, man.
Yeah, actually, I do want to double down and talk a little bit more on their macro, like Influence Rage's macro, because they are. It's noted that they have pretty good positioning throughout the game, and they're good at zoning teams away from objectives. And this is we gotta have to take in context that Influence Rage is fighting other people or other teams within of their region, not teams that are of the caliber of Onyx PH. They may know how to zone other teams, but when it comes down to trying to zone Onyx PH away, it kind of comes down to Onyx PH trying to go for that ego duel, because Onyx PH is so experienced, they know what are situations and scenarios that they would win.
So now in the branding phase, that's the question here. What do they want to set up for? For Influence Rage, the Fanny, too dangerous to let go, Harith, and the Kalia. So they seem to be concerned about the aggressive maneuvers right here. They might want to go aggressive themselves, which is why they're trying to limit what Onyx PH can get. They have first pick though, so you have to wonder if they're gonna be forced to pick up a jungler or a gold laner. Generally, drafts these days kind of revolve around those two as first and second pick.
Yeah, that's right. Well, at least when it comes down to both Granger as well as Suyo, these two are very famous as well as, or rather very popular picks, right? It would really depends on what Influence Rage themselves would really like to go for, because if we look at the current draft, or rather we look at the current hero pool, heroes like, let's see, Hilda is available, Sicilian is available, what else are we talking about? Suyo, Cho, okay, Granger. So with Granger given away to Influence Rage, I will say that is actually, Suyo might actually be just snap picked by Onyx PH. Let's not forget about Jawhead too.
Right. Jawhead Suyo is a deadly combo. We've seen it rise in popularity in my own region at least. So Onyx PH can go for that. I feel like the Suyo has to be picked up right here. For Influence Rage, they can match it with a Joy if they want to, but then the question is what else comes through. No, this is actually the Lo Yi along with the Suyo. So they're leaving the engage tool for later on. They want to get that macro tool first, man. A team like Onyx PH with a Lo Yi, bro, this is looking rough for Influence Rage.
With the Joy now picked up by Influence Rage, they are...
Game na to, guys!
Wala na, tigil na to, guys.
Game na, wait lang.
Suyo tsaka Luo Yi.
Takip ng sa shorts ko.
Binigay na?
Binigay, boss?
Binigay na yung game?
Sino mo pwedeng kunin ni King Kong? Pwede siyang maghayabusa. Kay Kelra.
Ano to, Jawhead?
Ha! Hindi, ban yung Haris. Yeah, feeling ko for Kirk and or Bruce ko muna.
Johead.
Pang displace lang pag sumayaw yung ano.
Ay, irrital mo na? What?
Hitters tsaka damage dealers yung inuna.
Ay, patay kayo. Influence Rage. Nirespeto kayo ng Onyx. The respect. Pero kung ano yan, kung babastusin nila yan, hindi mo napipick si Kelra eh. Parang sinabi nila sa influence rage nun. Sige, kahit ano i-pick ni Kelra. Sakit malayang Malaysia. Lumapit siya sa akin, Malaysia. Ayoko sa babae yung unang gabi ko lang nakita.
Nagre-parlay kayo, no?
Hindi na. Nagre-parlay. Ubus na yung pay maya ko.
Alright, hi, welcome everyone. Alam niyo na yan, usual drift. This is last series, pero sabay-sabay, tatlong magkakasabay na last series to. We are obviously watching Onyx PH versus Influence Rage. Edith.
Pero maggagatot kasi si Kirk eh. Gagatot.
Gatot. Tinanggal na. Yung Onyx PH nagban nung anong Tigreal?
Oo. Lugi kasi sila dyan sa Tigreal eh. Madaling lapitan si Kelra.
Si Kelra. Pag hinigop na.
Yung influence rage, pag naglukas, magbabalentina lang to si Kirk.
Kung ako sa influence, baban nyo na Lucas.
Ban na kami Valentina kung gusto nila magano?
Hindi na sila maglulukas dyan, boss. May heal na no.
Pare mo, heal the room.
Mawawalan sila damage dyan. O, diba? Sabi ni Why Not?
Heal the room.
Tinanggal na rin.
Hindi, baka nung paria para sa influence rage.
Do they have the hero pool para pumili ng ganon? Feeling ko hindi nila alam yung mga
Not sure. Wala rin tayong data about sa team.
Para bigla nag-paria.
Sa bagay kanina. Oo.
Alay mo.
Ban nyo na Lucas. Kung di nyo ibaban yan, wala eh. Pwede kayong guluhin ni Wynat ng Valentina o kaya Lucas.
Gusto ko ulit makita yung Arlot ni Kirk. Even though wala siya sa meta. Parang doon ko siya una talaga nakitang
Arlot, no?
na shine. Kasi tinawag pa nga siyang archetype before eh.
Uy, Johead! Nabasa yung Onyx PH.
Paano pag nagana lang? Franco.
Lucas yan.
Hook diversion.
Why? Inuna yung Cho.
So flex din tong Cho na to. Kasi nagaganyan din si Kirk.
Oo. Ang maganda by the way, sa between Kirk tsaka Bruce ko, lagi nagtatanong yung team na sino kaya hawak nito? Kasi same ng hero pool roughly yung dalawang to eh, di ba?
Pero kung influence rage ako, maglulukas na ako.
Hindi.
Lucas Valentina.
Kasama na yan, boss.
Glue.
Lucas ako dyan, boss.
Glue.
Kailangan nila na extra damage, oh. May pang na sila, may pang sustain na sila yung Hilde.
Maglunok speed sila.
Valentina Lucas. Ay!
Ayun na, damage early. So, it means XP healed na nga talaga.
Hindi kagana yung kalaking kong. Ay! Patay ka kay Bruce ko.
Sa akin wala
Sa kay King Kong.
Tinamag niya ako may parsa.
Ganda nun
Mag-heavy relying kayo sa sa magic damage.
So bigla siyang may Hilda.
Sabay pinag-pick ng heal na.
Hindi ko alam kung kaya ng Farsa. Nakaluya naman kasi yung kabila. Di kasi siya tulad ni Bruce ko na magaling talagang sumipa.
Dire-diretso na.
Sabi sa'yo, gatot ni Kirk eh.
Masaya sa Indonesia.
Pero yung casters nasa Malaysia.
Pero yung talent nasa Malaysia. Hindi siya tulad ni Kirk na magaling maggatot kacha.
Si Bruce ko may jowa sa Indonesia. Si Kelra nasa Pilipinas pa.
Si Kelra may asawang Pilipina.
Ang galing.
May jowang Indonesia.
Ang galing natin doon. Na-clip ko nga yun mamaya. But yeah, tapos na po ating pick and ban phase. Game number 1 pa lang to. Wala pang nanalo. But how do we feel? Onyx PH game 1 ba to?
Hindi ko alam eh. Hindi ko alam kung bakit nagparsa. May joke pero
Medyo kaso magaling sumipa.
Tingnan natin game number 1 para sa ating series number 3.
Yes.
Sa ating watch party.
Lahat ng taga-Onyx
Sa
may
tanong
jowa. Si Super Friends wala pa rin kapareha. Ang lakas ba ng TV?
A little bit.
Wala akong marinig kaya sobrang rinig ko siya.
Ang lalim ni Paquito tsaka ni Brusco. Tingnan mo naman yung damage ng diversion play ni Super Friends. Pinipikiran pa ulit. Yo.
Napatakbo si Paquito.
Uy.
Ay.
Hindi, safe yan, safe yan. Wala
Yung
pa
gamit niya pero Paquito. Ba't yung Paquito yung IGN niya, no? Ops! Hop yaman ni Popcorn! Brusco ang first blood. Influence Rage.
Na first blood na nga dito si Brusco. Wala pa kasi siyang sumipa. Pero kung titingnan mo sa mapa, yung dalawang taga-influence nasa baba.
Ito na naman si Brusco.
Hinahabol niya dito si Chan. Wala pa level 3 si Chan. Nakabawi naman si Kirk. Sabay iisa pa sila.
Katot ka na kill na.
Nandito naman si Monster. Kaso
Napunta
hindi
na
ba
rin
yan
si
lugi?
Paquito.
Gusto niya sanang pumasok. Kaso may, anong tawag dyan? Yung sa green, sa hill. Wow!
Little
Ops,
Wonder.
King Kong! Ops, King Kong! King Kong!
Hindi mapapatay si King Kong.
Ang tawag dyan sa Sa green?
Little Wanderer.
Hindi, yung sa revitalize.
Revitalize, yeah.
Muntik nang mamatay si King Kong.
Hinabol
Buti
kasi
nandun
ni
naman si...
Paquito.
Pakito.
Paquito yung IG yung kitang IG.
Yun ata main niya nung una eh.
Level 4 na dito si Kirk. Lamang naman si Kelra sa gold lane. Lumabas na rin yung paggungan doon na si King Kong para umpisahan to. Tutuwan na ang scoring. 2 minutes na ang oras. Si Monster nasa likod. Nandun naman si Kirk at saka si Super Friends. Pero pagdating sa retrihan, kuha pa rin ni King Kong yan.
King Kong ang number 1.
May nahuli pa sa likuran. Si Monster ba mabibigyan? Pero parang nauna yata si Kirk bago si Chan.
Si Kelra nagwawala na. Paquito mapapatakbo pa.
Si
Jotun ay hinahabol.
Wow,
pero
nangangarap
yung
si
line up na
Yotun.
Oy, naagaw nga ni Jotun yon. Level 5 pa lang si Kiko, level 6 na si Jotun. Sino ba yung anime na Jotun?
Jotaro, close enough.
Jotun yun?
Ano yung sinasabi?
Ora.
Ora.
Ay, para si Kiko dapat yun, no?
Ora.
Washing.
Oh!
Brusco with a TikTok play. Sobrang bilis naman ng daliri ng bata na to.
Ang tawag doon, Brusco delivery.
Tama.
Pwede na siyang, ow!
Bawi naman yung monster.
Sakit.
Teka, Super Prince. Diversion out lang sa YTP. Oh.
Pang. Naka-out nga doon si Super Friends. Si Kirk naman nakakakuha ng Holy Shields.
Top!
1,000 na ang kalamangan ng Onyx. Tingnan mo pa si Kelra. Lamang na lamang siya kay Fury kahit sa banda mo makita. Grabe magloyi si Super. Para siyang... Mali na.
Mali.
Medyo nawala sa groove yung panel ko dito.
Si Superfly.
Medyo kasi nakakabawi yung influence range eh.
Teka, 1K lead pa lang yan ha. Comebackable pa yan. 3 minutes pa lang.
Pwede pang mabawi, guys.
Hasklo, nabuo na naman ni Kelra.
Bilis nung Hasklos niya.
First lighting na tayo, di ba?
Di niya
10
binuo yung
seconds
boots.
para sa Turtle. Kaya ni King Kong. Medyo madedelay siya ng gap dito. Pa-level 8 na si Jotun. Pero sa baba, Kelra. Di kaya ni Fury yun. Another kick. Another kill.
Grabe talaga mag-choose si Brusco.
Diversion out lang. Pinang bait lang.
Uy, kahit anong gawin mo, Yotun, patay ka pa rin kay... Sino nakapatay?
Triple kill. Brusco. Ay, tama ata.
Triple kill ba?
Grabe si Brusco no, 4-2-3.
Oo ano.
Ganyan ba ang pagjowa na sa Indonesia? Masyado kang pala.
May gusto kasing patunayan si Brusco, men. Kailangan malinis ang kanilang mga laban.
Yung jowa niya nasa Indonesia. Kaya naman nag-iinit siya.
Alam ko lang, one of the brand ambassadresses ng RRQ.
Sana Onyx versus RRQ ulit.
Paano kaya yun? Pag Onyx versus RRQ, no?
Hindi, pero one time, winatch
patay
party
ka.
yun. Uy,
patay ka.
Bye. Kayang tiisin yung damage eh. Uy,
Uy,
pero sa
Kelra!
baba!
Pinatay ni
Wow!
Fury si Kelra. Kaso dalawa sila ni Pakito. Bruce
Patay
ko,
ka.
Bruce ko.
Hindi.
Uy, nag-flicker! Nag-flicker!
Takot ah. Kabado!
Hindi naman na siya maaabot ni ano dun eh.
Kabado!
Respect Onyx PH daw talaga.
Ah.
Pero ano, one time na nagtapat yung Onyx PH saka yung RRQ, naka-watch party yung girlfriend ni Bruce ko, naka-RRQ na jersey siya. Pero parang sabi niya, her mind wants RRQ to win, pero yung heart daw niya gusto Onyx PH.
nagtapat na nga sila. Di ko sure kung sa M6.
M-series.
M-series ba?
Cutie.
Patay ka?
Hindi
Buti hindi kasi ni...
Mahirapan nila si Fury, mamaya wala siyang flicker. Nervyos. Teka lang yung papara. Lamang na lamang sa BTR ng Game 1.
Huh?
Na-shy na patingin pa.
Ito na naman tayo, BTR ah.
C'est la vie. Usually, ang nahihirapan yung BTR pag binaban out mga heroes ni ano ni Eman.
Tumingin, boss. At kaya kinabahan, boss. Ops!
Uy,
Another kick.
Another
Another
kill.
kill.
Babay. Si
One
Fury.
kick,
Alam
one
nilang
kill.
walang flicker eh.
Natakot kanina ni Bruce. Si Bruce ko, palong-palo si Bruce ko ngayon.
Yap, alam mo yan.
Ibang-iba talaga ang ano. Ang
6-2?
mga laruan ni Bruce ko. May kiss ka mamaya.
Kaso si Bruce ko kasi nakakuha ng mga kills eh.
Uy, okay na yan. Kaysa naman yung kalaban, yung mayroong makakuha ng kills. Pero ito na, Raging Sandstorm. Bruce ko ba yung nakakuha ng turtle? Bruce ko, ano ba meron sa'yo ngayon?
Nanonood na daw kasi yung girlfriend niya ata.
Kukunin pa ni Bruce ko yan. Kukunin ni Bruce ko yan.
Bang! Bruce ko.
Bruce ko, mega kill na! Teka lang!
Wow!
Ganda nung ano dun biglang jump in ni Super Fin Suavity. 6 and 14 now on the board. Mukhang lahat nung lead na pupunta talaga sa Onyx PH.
Pero kasi si Bruce ko nakakuha ng
0
kill
to si Kelra, 7 to si Bruce ko, tas 5-0-7 si Super Prince.
Ano yun, step aside. Kami muna yung carry, guys.
Try nga, Bruce ko. Bladed, Heptasis Blade of Despair mo yan.
Ano item niya?
Yung mo 1k yung lamang niya compared doon sa kabilang roamer.
Daming kills. Pero pag na-shutdown si Bruce ko dito, masakit.
Oo, usually siya yung mga nauna eh, no?
Oo. Lumapit siya sa akin, mali siya. Oy,
3k gold lead, pero
patay
si
na naman si
Kelra,
Kelra.
ops, buhay pa ata. Hindi
F-as.
mahabol. Good heavy crossbow, pa makatakas doon.
Okay rin mga face check ng ng influence rage dito.
Si Kirk na lang yung haharap dyan. Mahirap pang kuha na ng bounty to. Pero ang kunat ba naman ni Bruce ko, buo ka agad ng antikiras.
Tinipihan lang niya nung tumalon yung katapat niya sa kanya eh.
Kung ibang hero yung tatlong sword yung ni Khalid yung Ops! Nagkamali si King Kong.
Hindi kasi tumalon eh.
Raging Sandstorm, isa lang yung tinamaan. That will be Kirk. Kaso Revitalize was pop. Masyadong makunat ata yan. Si Jotun, sinipa na naman ni Bruce ko. Kunin mo yung kill, Bruce ko. Kunin mo.
Super Prince.
607 ni Super Prince.
Nagagalit na si King ko.
Ako dapat yung makakapatay eh.
Nag-dive in na.
Ay, si Kellor, dinadive in na nga rin eh.
Like si Super Prince.
Grabe naman yung dalawa. 727, 707.
Ay, Bruce ko Super Fin show muna. +1 mid lane turret to beat on top of yung 4 kills na nakuha nila. Super Fin tsaka Bruce ko show muna kasi po King Kong tsaka daw tayo Kelra. Makakalapit naman yung influence rage just in time habang kinukuha ng Onyx PH to. Kaso feeling ko kaya pa din i-secure ng Onyx PH, I think.
Si Monster, hindi na rin siya hindi siya naka-gain ng mga armor items. Kasi
ayan shoutout kay Mark De La Cruz. Siya na nagpaliwanag sa ating mga balancer sa comment section na ito po ay watch party.
Guys, may caster nga sa background please naman. Tuesday pa lang guys. Ano ba? Wag naman. Masasaktan ng anak ko. Wala tuloy yung farm si King Kong.
Sobrang tapang na ni Super Prince mag-diversion. Nagpi-flicker in na nga siya para lang makapatay. Malepic Roar na kuha na naman ni Fury. Pero yung Sky Piercer niya hindi na nadagdagan ha.
Sadly, hindi na.
Nababawasan pa ng nababawasan. Easy kill kasi para kay Brusco once tamaan Brusco, another kick, another kill.
Ayan, dineliver naman kay Super Friends, hindi kay King Kong. Pero mukhang may -1 ulit. Pero pumasok naman bigla si Joy dito, kay Ultimate. Kaso King Kong nakuha si Monsters. Ayun lang, yung pasok ng Joy, nag-commit ng electrifying beats, not enough kasi napakakunat din ng frontliners sa Onyx PH. Nag-TTP-han na lang sila, which is pretty cute, kaso hindi umabot. Uy. Ayan, nakuha naman ni King Kong yung
Teka, baka ma-shutdown. Ay, nag-flicker!
Kinabahan talaga eh.
Masyado
kang gigil.
Masyado kang gigil para makakuha ng bounty. Masyado kang gigil. Will it be another 11-minute game?
Tawang-tawa talaga ako sa comments pag sinasabing dapat daw mag-cast-tie. Parang guys, ba't nyo sinasabi? Ba't nyo kami inuutusan sa trabaho namin? Alam namin ginagawa namin.
Di sana, kinuha namin yung official Filipino broadcast.
Pero we won't. Kasi syempre may talents mismo yung yung ESL dyan. Respeto syempre sa main lineup talaga ng mga casters. -1 ulit, favoring Onyx PH. 7-23 ngayon ang ating kill count.
Ayun na naman. Washing!
Ang sakit! Si Kelra ay humabol na din sa damage.
Tapos na ata to? May lord pa sa baba
Kayang ipilit actually kung gusto ng Onyx PH.
20 seconds para kay Chan. Okay ka pa ba niyan?
Just the process.
Pakito. Suabi-suabisito. Hakatakot yung Johnny Brusco. Raging Sandstorm. Pumasok sa 4.
Binate yung electrifying beats talino.
Pumasok sa 4.
Uy, naiwasan yun, Monsters. Ayos yun
Pipilit. Healthy pa si Kelra.
Patay si King Kong.
Bye-bye. Si Kelra, kamusta?
Double kill para kay Super Prince.
Si Kirk buhay din. Ayun, I think...
Tapos na.
Tapos na ba? Akala ko kaya pang depensahan ng Influence Rage.
Grabe yung Onyx, guys.
Balagbag, but that was game number 1 na napunta sa Onyx PH. Aside from TP, nakikita natin na ang ganda, Brusco tsaka Super Fins game, which is a breath of fresh air kasi something new naman. At the very least, nakakapag-damage tsaka nakakapag-initiate naman si Kela tsaka si King Kong dito. But let us know what you guys think sa game number 1 na yon. For now, tiintay muna natin ang post-game stats, items, and everything. Onyx PH definitely looking to win the series. Wala pa silang laban na umabot ng Game 3, no?
Wala pa.
Ay, meron! TLID.
Right. Pero wala pa silang na-drop na series. Okay.
Pero looking sa mga matches ngayon, mukhang 2-0 ata lahat.
Oo.
Mukha nga.
Kung nag-parlay ka ng 2-0 lahat, tiba.
BTR, kumusta?
Lamang din sila ng Game 1.
I see. Alright, so 8-26 on the board. Panalo ang Onyx PH, panalo ang Sonics. We're gonna hop into a very short break. Pakinggan niyo po muna ang ating actual casters from the main broadcast. BRB, guys!
Normal Onyx PH kind of game. Normally, I would say that Onyx PH is a little bit more, I would say, passive in some sense. They play the map a little bit more. But this time, they're just, you know what? You kill my guy, I kill your guy. Okay, to be fair, yeah, I think that this is more about retaliation, right? The moment that Influence Rage goes crazy and they kept on looking for opportunities to kill, Onyx PH is the one that needs to respond with a trade. And it becomes trade after trade. Influence Rage take the first kill, Onyx PH be like, okay, I'm gonna trade you. And Influence Rage is like, oh, you killed my guy, I'm gonna trade you. And they just end up throwing bodies at each other.
But you have to remember, it's not just trades. Onyx PH always take the trades when it's beneficial for them. If it's an equal trade again and again, the late game is scary for Influence Rage. The Joy, the Farsa, the Granger, these are all great late game picks. But for Onyx PH, it really seems like usually against teams that make it difficult, teams that are a bit more calculated, they would play calculative as well because they know that if they fall short, it's going to be difficult to come back from it. But when the team is willing to take a risk like that, like I said, Onyx PH are very willing to take those fights if they know, if they see an angle that they can absolutely punish. The MVP though is Super Prince. 0 deaths in a game that has, what, 2 kills per minute? That's just insane, dude. He was doing a great job doing damage, relocating everyone together, and making sure that he lands the spells, and of course by proxy, the yin-yang impact, the yin-yang effect on anyone. Whenever Jotun or Munsters goes in for that dive, they get immediately stunned up. And it sounds easy, it sounds straightforward, but in the heat of battle, it's easier said than done, and Super Prince got it done every single time.
Oh man, Super Prince with 10 kills. That means that this guy single-handedly have got more kills than Influence Rage himself. Influence
Yikes.
Rage, and let's be honest, and let's remember this. Influence Rage, they themselves are very aggressive. They have been constantly trying to look for opportunities to kill. And a lot of these opportunities were missed kills as well. Let's remember the first few minutes in the top lane, right? 2-person, Paquito as well as Monsters. They're weaving in and out just to get a kill on the King Kong. And look, I get it. EXP lane and Aroma trying to get a trade down onto a jungler, that would have been such great value. But unfortunately, if you don't even get a kill, then that's not even a trade. And unfortunately, Influence Rage, they tried to calculate a little bit, but unfortunately, it kind of got out of their scope.
It's just out of their control at that point, man. It really feels like the lack of engage, the lack of aggressive tools for them really came to haunt them, man. Because towards the end there, especially when the goal difference is at 10k, what is Munster supposed to do on this Hilda? Who exactly is he supposed to be zoning in these fights? Because if the Hilda is ahead, then maybe Kelra can be preoccupied and forced to deal with him as the team gets decimated. But no, that Hilda got completely shut down because the Hilda was just too far behind, and Onyx PH just kept snowballing and snowballing. And the fact that Brusco at some point had like half the kills of the team is just ridiculous, man. What can you say?
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I mean, if we were to talk about draft as well, I think that the draft is going to be a small teeny weeny issue as well, right? Because when it comes down to Paquito, whenever he goes for a Raging Sandstorm, it's like great Raging Sandstorm and all, but there's only realistically one person, or maybe two-person that can respond in time, and that is going to be Monsters because he's rather fast. Number 2 is going to be the high ground that Avasa has. But unfortunately, aside from that, nothing else. As an EXP laner, which is the Hilda, he can only burst down one person, and it's kind of like a slow burst, per se. And rest of the damage coming in from Joy, it takes time to ramp up. And normally, we don't even see the Joy making full use of the jungle minions to kind of make their way over the backline. There was no pre-prep from the Joy to prepare for a fight that's upcoming.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of questions there that needs to be answered by Influence Rage. But if you guys want to answer some questions for a survey and win a $100 gift card, you can take that survey at esl.gg/survey or scan this QR code right here. And you can win a $100 gift card and get free value. But back to the question at hand, dude. Again, I feel like Brusco needs a shout out as well. I mean, Super Prince was amazing, right? He was doing solo flanks on that low Yi, man. Showing definitely a signature pick, but Brusco was all over the place, and Influence Rage had no answer. But more on that later as we take a short break right here before we get into the second and potentially last game of the series. It's been me, Arashi, and Abstract. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final match of today. Influence Rage against Onyx Philippines. And there was just a masterclass in rotations, fights, and skirmishes from Onyx PH. It's looking bleak for Influence Rage unless they find an ace in the hole, find something of a secret weapon. Because otherwise, then the tournament favorites here might just take it all the way to a 2-0 dominant performance.
I mean, with how Onyx PH delivered in the previous game, I think it makes really good sense that like Onyx PH, they should be able to take this game 2-0, no problems. But Influence Rage, they gotta have to change something completely. I will say that. How do I say this? Well, what's this? Khalid, yeah. Khalid is a good hero, but I think that it doesn't. I don't feel that chemistry, or I don't feel that combination as a team. I did mention before just now, there's only 2% that can realistically join in, and they do have got the Granger. So even if you if you catch a lot of people to Raging Sandstorm, even the Granger couldn't really do anything to follow up, because there's quite a lot of dive heroes from the opponent's backline. You gotta be really aware of where your positioning is, just so that the Blade Surge would not hit you.
I just feel like it's a difference between a lot of burst damage. I mean, look at it. It's Iritel, it's Lo Yi, and the Suyo, right? This is a ton of burst damage, so the backline is just always so vulnerable. And that also means that even if Super Prince wants to go 1v1, right, wants to teleport to the back and 1v1 Chan when he wasn't expecting it, he can do so because he has a built-in crowd control and he has more damage output immediately compared to Chan, especially when they start snowballing. So the fact that they have so much engage tools, I feel like Influence Rage, they want to go for Khalid to try and match the Cho when they're 1v1 contesting for control in the early game for vision, but afterwards they were just unable to really get places earlier than Onyx PH due to the efficiency and the diversion, and afterwards without reliable front line, then the back line, all this range they had, the far side, the Granger, just wasn't used for anything at all. They were just squishy targets that can be jumped on by the Gatot, the Cho, the Irital, the Lo Yi, and the Suyo. Everyone would love to just get right next to the Granger and the Farsa. So I think definitely the vision needs to be improved here by Influence Rage. But off the bat, it's already a different case because Onyx PH now are first pick.
With the Matilda, Phobius, and Hilda that is taken out of the equation. Well, in the meantime, Influence Rage, they have decided to ban out onto the Fanny, the Kalia. We still got one more ban to go for. Ranger, Harif, Suyo, they are all still available. I'm not sure about the ban per se, but maybe they would want to respect the Cho. I don't know. Cho has been great. Okay, makes sense. Super Princess Lo Yi, take it away. Don't give it.
Right. I mean, we saw exactly how it was. Again, you don't often see Lo Yi able to play like that. As in you can move your team, you can move yourself, and everything is just flowing perfectly. So I think that's a wise choice, man. The Lo Yi is way too difficult, but this is a pick that Onyx PH themselves banned out as their second ban earlier. Institution secured. Influence Rage can go for the Suyo, but they have to be careful on what they get afterwards, right? It's gonna be a bit more brawly again from Onyx PH if they're willing to pick up this Tushin.
Yep. They are going in eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, brawl for a brawl. So with Juicing in here, they are not too afraid of taking all these brawls in. Unless Influence Rage have decided to play things a little bit different. With Influence Rage picking up the Harif once again, this generally when I see a Harif, I generally think that the teams will pivot over and play around the Harif already, without a doubt. You want area denial. You want to hold areas, you want to hold corners, just so that the Harif is enabled in his own Zaman Force.
You also want to make sure you have tools to keep your opponents in the Zaman Force as well, though. But Influence Rage taking the Cho here, so bold move by Paquito playing the Cho, taking it away from Brusco. But for Onyx PH, immediately the jungler and the gold lane. Usually you would see the carries kind of picked up later on, right? Like with the gold laner, the jungle, the mid lane. But Onyx PH are hiding their tools, their area control or pick of tools instead. Brusco and Kirk having their picks hidden for the second phase now. Influence Rage, what do they want to get first here?
Hello lang. Surprise, surprise. Hi everyone. Good evening. Possibly the last game for this series. Onyx PH, draft check. Nakuha ni Super Fins ang kanyang Shushin. At Kelra naman, Moskov. So, prior yung tatlong to. Even in game number 1. Super Fins, King Kong, and Kelra yung kinukuha nila. For the other side, for Influence Rage, Harith, Cho, and Eve ang kanilang pinick up. Ano ba yung mga... Binan nila yung Luwayi. Tapos yung Fanny naman, papakawalan yung Fanny din kasi.
Hindi na? Sakal na yan?
Ano yung binan nila na isa? Phobius.
Congratulations, graduates. Putik na yan. Tingnan mo. Congratulations, graduates. Congratulations sa inyo, mga graduates.
Pinrint agad, men. Hindi
Kaya
wala akong
nga eh.
walang nag-proofread.
Putik, asan yung graduate? Asan yung graduate dyan? Kayo?
Mga ilang taon na sa serbisyo.
Ay, nako talaga ang mga tao.
Girl, alam ko naman na mga scob yan. Tapos may Sushin King.
Ayan yung beat natin ngayon. Yan yung beat natin.
Girl, alam ko naman na Moscow yan. Tapos Zushin Suyu pa. Hindi na patan ng YouTube.
Teka. Girl, lupay-pay ka. Rage, lupay-pay ka.
Alam mo, medyo may galit din ako sa ilong influence Rage.
Bakit?
Ayun.
Kung ganito lang din pala magiging laruan nila. Ganyan na lang din sana naging laruan nyo sa
Kahapon,
PDL.
no? Sayang yung kahapon, boss.
Minumulto pa rin ako na kahapon.
Si Toko
Wag
din minumulto
naman
ng
sana
damdamin
umabot
niya.
sa point na multuhin din ako ngayong gabi.
Alam mo, ayun yung malas sa'yo. Yung bunganga mo eh. Tatahiin ko yan eh. Wag.
Like dive, tools and ways to actually fight on the back line, right?
Okay. Joet, nakuha na. Ay, binan pala.
Pusin.
Basically, and if they tunnel too
Hmm.
much on it,
Ba, nito?
Ano?
Onyx PH, literally, ang drop nila ganyan. Mage, hero ni Super Prince King Kong Kelra. Tapos Brusco, laging last yung roam.
Bahala na sila, no?
Sobrang ibang-iba sa drop ng ano,
Ibang teams.
ibang teams. Kasi usually ang inuuna nila, roam and XP. Sila gusto nila i-flex yun.
Glue, tinanggal din yung gatot.
Dami kasing hero guys ng ano.
Hanzo
nila
ba
Brusco.
yung tinanggal ni ano? Ng Onyx PH? Yung before glue? I couldn't
Yup,
see.
Hanzo.
I see.
Nagba ng roamer XP yung ano dito. Influence Rage. Kaso, lawak kasi ng hero pool netong dalawang to eh. Brusco and Kirk eh. Possible pa nga high loss o Lucas open kung sakaling gusto nila yon.
Lucas?
Pwede pa nga edit dyan eh.
Hayo.
Ay, busa.
Pero for Onyx, maglulukas.
Crowd control.
Lucas to.
High loss, pre.
Lucas.
What if...
Ay, badang.
If cheap.
Cheap?
Cheap. Tapos ano,
Badang. Cheap badang, no? Pwede rin.
Badang, di ba?
Pagpasok mo, suntok agad.
Oo, kaliwat ka ng suntok na naman. Or pwede rin high loss badang. Ay, gastong tapusin ng maaga to.
Antok na yung Onyx, guys.
Oo.
Bedtime na nila. Raging Sandstorm agad pala.
Edit.
Hoy!
Edith. Okay.
Pang surwinan.
Boost pang ano to eh. Alam mo yung wala ng tank, damage na tayo lahat.
Pang surwinan yung gusto ng Onyx eh.
Nadadaan naman daw kasi sa micro eh.
Ito yung drop na tumatapos ng 10 minutes, 9 minutes.
Oo, actually. Ano kaya pwede pang kunin ng ano dito?
Ako, maglulukas na ako dyan.
Hindi, kailangan na nila. Kailangan nila ng salo ng damage na to.
Hilda. Wala rin
Ban
Hilda
yung
eh.
Hilda.
High loss.
Hindi ba mahirapan sa laning yun against Edit?
Yes, pero siguro...
Pobius. Wala rin Pobius.
Lucas?
Hindi. Ano yun? Wawa sa akin ni King Kong.
Tigreal?
Pero mas better option yung ano, Lucas nga.
Tigreal. Ay ano, Tigreal. Terisla.
Hindi at siya nagka-Terizla.
Ha? Pagdilabanan nyo!
Para sa inyo, Sisi? Wala namang makunat sa kalaban.
Feeling ko naipit na sila kasi another thing we have to consider is ibang region to. So yung mga kasamang hero sa hero pool natin, most likely wala sa kanila.
Di ba sila sobrang hirap niyan? Paano mo i-connect yung Sisi sa Cho?
Hindi, maganda naman yan kasi pwede niyang taliin si Kelra. Kaso nga lang,
Wala, pre.
Di ko alam,
Feeling ko
wala.
bang tapusan na to para sa
Damdamin ko.
Onyx PH, tas bawi na lang bukas, guys.
Ang damdamin ko.
Talaga nag-plus 1 RQ.
Di makalaban.
Are you able to tell what Influence been trying to go for here?
Nahuhulog mo pagkatao ko. Itim ko sa
Prediction.
camera.
Ilang minuto matatapos to? Tingin nyo.
Under 12.
12 minutes?
Under 12.
Hindi, walang under.
Ay,
12 or 13 lang yan. 12 to 13 or
11:53.
11:53.
Oo.
Ikaw, Yuko. Anong range matatapos to?
Ooh. Feeling ko 12 minutes. 12
Kasi
minutes.
aware na tayo, ano to eh. Literally, Onyx PH na to eh.
Oo, 12 minutes for me.
10 minutes.
Okay. So 10, 11, 12 tayo. Yeah. Tapos nag 9 minutes, no?
Uy, flicker ka agad si Pakito, ah.
Ayun, no?
Pakito.
Swabe,
Ano kaya
swabe
kasi Pakito
sito.
gumamit ng Pakito?
Lamang naman sa lane yung CC against a edit eh. Kaso ang problema la, uy.
Pang.
Speaking of Pakito, anong season ko pa ba siya last nakita? Kahit sa MPL, hindi ko siya makita.
Ay, patay ka.
Tapang ni Brusco, low health na siya, pero gumaganon pa siya, no?
Kaya
Patay
pe,
ka. Patay
kaya.
siya, patay siya.
Ay, predicted! Dalawang flick.
May heal siya eh. Ayun, no?
Patay ka. Wala kang shoot po.
First blood.
Bang.
Si King Kong pa nakakuha. Di ba kayo sasalad sa rin yan? Shadow
Level
kill na.
4, patay.
May shadow kill na.
Hindi pa enough yung damage.
Ay, nawala ng mana! Ay, patay pa din!
Parang biglang nagkaroon ng konting percentage yung buhay ni King Kong, no?
Ah. Patay pa rin si
Ayan.
Brusco. Ay, hindi!
Buhay pa si Brusco!
Ang linis lang lantern flare ni Super Prince. Pangalawa na yun.
May something talaga kay Brusco ngayon, guys. Feeling ko pag nasa Indonesia si Brusco,
Tapos sobrang lamang ni
palong
Kelra.
talaga.
Tingnan mo si Kelra.
Kailan ba yung last ano ni Brusco dyan? Napunta, na nag-tournament din sila. Basta nasa Indonesia talaga siya, tapos kalaban niya yung ano, parang may gustong patunayan talaga si Brusco sa mga Indonesian.
Inspired kasi si Kuya.
Tingnan mo yung ginagawa ni Kelra kay ano, kay Fury.
Matik na yan, Kelra versus Fury.
It's Kelra. Pero natutuwa talaga ako sa lantern flare ni Super Prince.
Sobrang ano niya, no? Sobrang mama mag-sushi.
Oo.
Para siyang sushi ni Yue.
Oo, exactly. Tama, tama. Nanakawan pa ba ng buff? Nanakawan pa.
Wala, tinatlo na siya.
Bang.
Sobra ka na, para ka ng Diyos niyan pag nabuhay ka pa doon.
Yun lang.
Uy, kala ko, gayado tayo eh.
Hindi.
Bigan silang dalawa. Hindi ba masyadong nag-asim na yung ano nun?
Onyx?
Pero kung sakali naman kasi nakuha ni King Kong yun. Another snowball moment. Crimson Beacon.
Sipa.
Pero naka-ulti pa yan. Zaman Force ginamit na. So,
Zaman Force Flicker, tapos Way of the Dragon, ginamit kay Super Prince.
mukhang mahirapan na yung influence rage mag-contest na ito.
Yapi. Tumas pa kay Kelra.
Walang takot si Kelra, no? Sabihin na alam niyang may chew dun eh, pero nagda-dash in pa rin siya.
Dash into the snow. King Kong nakuha yung
Pumapa-out
turtle.
nga lang, masyado na pumapa.
Ang dami nangyayari kung saan yung mga laban. Hindi tumitigil yung influence rage.
Ang bilis kasi ng rotation ng Onyx. Pagkatapos ng turtle, recta top.
Hello.
2 kills to. Kaya na atang game number 1, never napita si ano, no? Super Prince.
Hindi. Ngayon medyo ano na. Pina-pressure na din siya napansin.
Gold plate
plating.
Layo pa ni ano? Fury. Kalahati ka agad yung nakakuha.
Di makala.
Naging tumatambay yung Onyx sa ano o sa buff nila.
Aw.
Uy.
Zaman Force? Kaso ang layo ng team fight dun sa Zaman Force niya.
Buhay pa siya doon.
Hirap nito para sa influence rage, guys. Although may 1 win naman sila, yung mga ibang teams kasi parang day 2 pa lang magkakaalaman na ata kung sino yung may laglag.
Ooh.
Siguro yung ano, A7. Up until na wala pa silang panalo eh.
Kahit isang game, no?
Yup. Tsaka, wait lang.
Sino ba ba?
A7 na ata wala pang panalo.
Yes.
Mena, Falcons Mena din. Wala pa rin silang panalo.
Kasi Influence Rage tsaka yung Papa kami
Meron, may tigisa.
palag. Oo. Tapos Aurora Turkey naman goods yung nila run
looking
nila.
good yung Aurora Turkey. Oh!
Patay ka pa rin dyan.
Sinidestep ni Kirk.
Bang.
4-1 na si King Kong. Inagawan nyo kasi na inagawan ng
Ng
kill
game
kanina.
1, no?
Ngayon tuloy yung...
Nabubuhat pa pala yun kahit naka RWM. Yun nga lang, nadali sila ni Fury. Kelra? 1v2? Masyado ka nata matapang.
Na-dodge na yung yung chrono dash pero wala, too late. Nice try.
3k gold lead, nakalati ka agad, naging 1-5 na lang. So still showing some light yung Influence Rage. Pero feeling ko, naman yun medyo nag-overextend lang talaga yung Onyx PH. Parang gusto lang nilang tapusin na maaga. Hindi na ito yung usual na Onyx PH eh. Parang sosobra na sila ng risk. Di ba nakakatakot din yung late game ng Influence Rage dito? Hindi ko wala rin naman masyadong huli dito sa Harit mamaya. Si Fury? Edit lang?
Wala.
Edit lang huli sa kanya oh.
Naka-purify pa siya.
Kailangan siguro iwasan pa rin ng Onyx PH yung mga ganong mistakes. Pag nag-mistake, wala kang stake.
Yun lang. At kapag natalo ang stake, wala kang pang stake.
Ayun lang.
Pakito, sino yung sisipain kaso naka-ready ka agad yung Crimson Beacon. Super Prince will get the kill.
Tapos sinusolo kill pa si Monster sa
baba. Grabe rotation nila, meron sa baba, meron sa taas. Tapos sinayaan lang nila si King Kong mag-solo dun sa baba. 4K ka agad yung lead. Oy! Oops!
Uy, grabe naman dito mama yun.
Pero napa-flicker naman dun si Chan.
Turret takedowns, may nakuha na ba yung Influence Rage? Wala pa,
Wala pa. Quad Shadow out. Johto makakatakas naman. Uy, bumalik pa siya. Shadow kill, RWM, sakto ata Super Prince. Super Prince will go down. Kaso kapalit yung jungler na Influence Rage. Mega kill for King Kong habang sa taas. 1v1!
Nakuha ni Fury si Kelra. Pero balik
pangalawang beses na yun.
1v1! Hindi ata talaga kaya ng Moscow bang hari. Sa early.
In fairness, na may TP na din si Fury.
Pinatay! Si
na
Kelra.
solo kill, man. Alam mo, achievement na yun.
Oo, pang BP na yun. Pero 0-2
daming gustong pumatay kay Kelra.
Oo.
0-2 na si Kelra ha.
Laging siya yung target eh. Third time nakuha pa din syempre ng Onyx PH dito ni King Kong. Crimson Beacon nagamit na pero hindi pa din na
BTR ba lamang?
Napalapag dito ang members ng Influence Rage. Naisip ko nga, maganda naman talaga yung team fighting ng Influence Rage. Kaso at some point naisip ko parang sa sobrang laban sila ng laban, wala silang na-accomplish na objectives.
Oo. Siguro yung Torre pa lang sa taas na isa kanina. Pero tingin ko kung aabot talaga to ng super late game. Pangbalagbagan din yung drop ng Influence Rage. Ang tanong, aabot ba tayo sa point na ganito? Na yung outer turrets nila yung second tower na lang natitira. At mukhang babasagin pa ata ni Kelra tong nasa taas.
-1 na ulit. Kunat ang ni Kirk. Dominance
For Influence Rage, much better siguro yung laro na to para sa kanila compare ng game number 1.
Oo, actually.
Kasi sa gantong minuto, ang lead ata ng Influence Rage nasa 9k na ata. Ay, ng Onyx kanina, nasa 9k na eh. Blade of Despair ka agad oh. 7-1 ka ba naman?
Di makalaban ang mga tauhan la 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 la.
Remix ah.
Wiku wiku. DJ pala.
Kasi nung viewer both yan.
Whenever sa'yo. Tapos biglang
Dancing Queen ba yun?
You can dance, you can jump, having the
So 9 minutes na. So abot nga tayo ng 11 minutes, 12 minutes timer.
Woy!
Pili ko pa tapos ano naman to.
Pa-end na
Hindi
to.
pa siya endable sa game 1 eh. May high ground defense pa yung influence range, lalo na yung RWM ng isang Eve.
Sa Eve actually, yeah. Kaya may
Hirapan pa
mga
rin
pick-offs pa din yung influence rage. Tas to be fair, kay Fury, nakakapag-farm naman siya ng maayos. May lead siya kay Kelra when it comes to kills. So, makaya pang patagalin ng influence rage dito.
Ang bola ng influence rage na kay Fury talaga, tsaka na kay Chan. Primal Rat, nakita sa taas na nandun si Jotun. Irarush ngayon ng Onyx PH etong Lord. Grabe yung macro nila. Nakita lang na nandun si Hayabusa na kagad, nirush kagad.
Winners agad, no?
Uy, tumitipi-tipi ganun si Pakito, ha? Ops. Sobrang ka na, Jotun.
Pagka-dash in, nawala siya.
Pagka-dash.
Pagka-dash siya'y napawala. Uy, sayang-samang force mo, boss.
Brusco sa likod.
Uy,
SOD
kumonekta.
tumama. Pwede pa ata i-go to.
Pasok.
Raging Sunstorm. Tanggal agad si Fury. Yung sakit nila sa ulo. Ngayon, mas mapapadali pa kamo yung pag-push dito ng Onyx PH. Akala natin makakadepensa pa yung influence rage.
Pwedeng kumuha ng turrets. I don't think i-end pa to ng Onyx PH. Maybe. Kasi, hindi mo
Buhay na naman si Jotun. 10 seconds para sa ibang miyembro ng influence rage. RWM. Maagang ginamit. King Kong mapapatakas pa ata pero hinahabol na. Vengeance para kay Monsters. King Kong nabuhay pa!
Kuha muna ng buff.
Grabe si King Kong dun.
Pwede.
Wala ng RWM.
Isang clash pa. Kaya ng Onyx.
Tapos ata, walang RWM. Walang Vengeance. Si CC.
Ay, oo nga. Tapos tumitipi-tipi na lang yan. Okay, Crimson Beacon sa backline. -1 na naman.
Ang ganda sana ang Jet Kondo niya kaso na-predict eh.
Oo nga eh. Ayan, -1, -2, wala
Tapos
na ding
guys.
turret. Double
Grabe si
kill. Kahit bumili pa kayo ng pampakunat, masakit, tunaw kayo kay Moskov. Tama ang prediction ko! 12 minutes, what did I... Pre, parlay ko na lang yung buhay ngayon. Okay, on a roll ako.
11-1 si King Kong.
MVP yan. Pero ang ganda, gusto ko lang i-echo yung sinabi ni Brokey kanina na compared to game number 1, Influence Rage mas may good footing sa game number 2. But as we always highlight, any PH teams against a, I guess, new team, mas may laman, mas may alam, tsaka mas may lead talaga pag usapang macro, yung searching na ginagawa ng Onyx PH na pick-off objective or yung habang sumusunod yung influence rage sa mga laban, sa mga clash and or pick-offs, nakakapag-objective pa din yung Onyx PH. Kumbaga, mas nakakapag-juggle pa din talaga. Pero panel, what you guys think about that series?
Pinatunayan lang ng Onyx na hindi pa rin talaga sila natatalo ngayong sa mismong run ng Snapdragon. Even after nung championship round nila, hindi pa sila natatalo, guys. And quick update lang, 2-0 din lahat.
Sayang no, lahat ng matches natin 2-0 lahat.
Ako din. Sa lang ako nadali.
Sa Onyx ID lang ako nadali. Dapat talaga dinoble ko yung parlay ko ng isang 2-0 arc yun. Nakulangan lang ba ng oras? Late kasi nilalabas.
18 and 8 on the board, 12 minutes ang laban na yon. And gaya nga lang sabi ng panel ko, ang last 3 series natin, 2-0 nga, gusto nang umuwi ng mga teams natin. But what a way to wrap up our day number 2. Tomorrow guys, may watch party pa din kami. I'm not sure what time yung start ng laban, but usually naman either 2 p.m. or 4
check ko
p.m.
meron na sa Wikipedia.
Check lang, kahit yung first series.
For ano to, di ba?
day
April 9.
3. April 9.
April 9.
Ano oras naman?
Same ata bukas?
So 4 p.m.
Same
din.
bukas.
Okay.
Hindi, yung Nosra natin. Yung broadcast nila, 4.
So, siya natin 3. Okay.
Anong oras yung ano? Ay, si Popeye ba nandito bukas?
Mamaya. Alright. So, ito po ating post-game stats. Bukas po, 3 p.m. may Nostra. Tapos, meron din tayong watch party ng 4 p.m. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Kakatapos na ng ating day number 2. It was a crazy way to end the day. So, we will see you guys tomorrow. Good night.
King Kong, 1,000 gold per minute. Man, on the jungle position, he was outdoing everyone, man. Let's be real here. He was engaging. He started the pickoffs. He was doing damage. He was assassinating, and he was poking as well. Again, this hero in the right hands can do it all.
Exactly. Take a look. King Kong, boy oh boy, 75,000 damage is like all the way crazy. And right on the dot, 1,000 gold per minute. 11:1 is 6 to the KDA with a total of 94% kill participation on top of all of that. Onyx PH, they're lovely. They are strong. And now I am in the same position of LaFell, where I actually have absolutely no idea what kind of questions we need to ask Onyx PH.
I think we can ask them, if they pick I don't know, man. At this point, there's no gameplay questions that come to mind. Maybe just, something about their opinion for sure. Because it feels like Onyx PH has read through, but I do wonder if they notice anything in particular about Influence Rage.
Maybe we can ask them about their we can ask Onyx PH about what they think about Influence Rage's match against Bigatron Alpha. We gotta do them dirty, huh?
Well, more on that later. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from that second and final game for this final match of the day as well. From the early stages, man, it's just fights upon fights. And you would, again, I guess in a way, when there's more brawls like this, it kind of favors Onyx PH. You can see them just make the mechanical outplays here and there. I think it's a better bet compared to just relying on outmaneuvering them in a macro sense. But that was a great moment by Fury there, keeping the dreams, the hopes and dreams of Influence Rage alive. But eventually, man, there's just so many things.
Oh, I just realized that one! Oh my god, Yodun!
The synergy.
Oh my goodness, he thought that he was safe! He thought that he was safe. He recalled, spam recalled under his turret only to be immediately punished. Oh crap!
Now, nowhere is safe, dude. Nowhere is safe if Onyx are on the case. Can we talk about the SOD accuracy of Kelra as well? A lot of times, he's not throwing it in the midst of a big fight. He just throws it when there's a skirmish and he predicts the movements. As I say that, he misses one right there. But he doesn't really throw it in the midst of a big fight the way we see a lot of Moscows do it. He seems to be looking for chances to have a dive at it. And at least there, when they were using the Lord earlier, it ended up with 2 kills. So it doesn't land 100% of the time, but it still lands really well when it needs to.
Oh man, oh boy. But anyways, that is a nice and amazing 2-0 win in favor of Onyx PH. And we are going to be waiting for the interview to come in. And of course, that is the question, who are we going to be interviewing? Honestly, if it's Kelra, I think that we can mostly ask him about his matchup against the Harry.
There was a solo kill, I'm just saying.
That one? I don't think it was only one solo kill actually. If I'm not wrong, it's twice.
Really?
I think it was twice. I think he lost to Fury twice.
I mean, my memory is kind of hazy because there's like so many things going on.
Too many.
But when you have many things going on, what you want to have for sure is a great chair, man. Use Anthros and fix your sit. It's picked by the pros for comfort and performance. Check it out at anthros.com because this chair, man, it's literally built difference, man. The design philosophy, right? They brought in experts in posture and all that to decide what they want, what they need to really have like the best and healthiest sitting experience.
And in fact, I will say that there is quite a lot of features when it comes down to the chair. In fact, this lumbar support, right? This lumbar support is like the true ergonomic innovation, if I may say, right? Because Anthros themselves, they understand that the proper posture requires supporting the human body in like various ways, or really just promotes a healthy lumbar curve. So they have that positioning done perfectly to keep your pelvis up, unlike many other chairs, ensuring yourself in proper posture. So make sure you guys hit up onto Anthros and just head on over to their website and take a look at what they have got. And in fact, they even do have an ESL version on their own Anthros chair.
And all these designs are made backed up with data, by the way, because they claim immediately like, hey, you can't just make claims without data. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we have legitimate data that they do provide to show you that they have done the studies, they have done the researches, and they've decided that this is the way to